Storm, with social awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all around nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the nerdy occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Hello, everyone. I'm very tired, but it's the good kind of tired where I spent the day having fun, so that's good.
And I'm your host, last time I wannabe, the brainstorm of pop culture. So want to apologize for no intro, just because for time constraints, because both Dalton and I are kind of tired, and not saying we're gonna rush things, obviously, but uh, just for time purposes, no intro.
hmm
Um, what else is there? Yeah, no, I guess we can move on to the first thing. Uh, which is the topic Dawn wants to cover endlessly.
It's a big freaking deal at the moment, so
Well,
I'm
okay,
almost obliged to cover it.
yeah, okay. So this is originally from Gizmodo.com. Well, no, this is from Gizmodo.com because I didn't really have a problem with the website. Warhammer 40k's new cultural war Crossfire is a mess of its own making. Written by James Withbrook, published April 16th, 2024.
On the one hand, on some kind of paper, I agree with him, but I think we would find ourselves at cross purposes as to what exactly the problem was that GW did by its own making. Because I would say that hollowing out your IP and alienating your fan base deliberately because you think your fan base are immoral and being deliberately anti-fandom is the problem. But I suspect that the author of this article and I are going to fundamentally disagree on that because my guess is he thinks that actually catering to loyal fans is the problem and or caring about the lore is the problem, which yeah, no.
Uh, Single story about female custodians has made Games Workshop sci-fi future the target of grifters and elements of a toxic fan base that has failed to stamp out. That was a subheader.
Because people who actually give a damn about a fandom, a mythos, or an IP prioritize this thing we call in-universe logic over thematic or socio-political gobbledygook. People who only see art as a socio-political and moral weapon, on the other hand, don't even understand the concept of in-universe logic and only care about non-diegetic, thematic, and socio-political gobbledygook and or authorial didacticism, which in any case basically all but foregoes in universe logic or inherent worth of the IP as a metric and instead focuses on academic, sociopolitical, and moral gobbledygook. That is, to me, that is the lay of the land here. We have one side that, by virtue of being fans of the thing, actually want to prioritize the in universe logic of and the consistency of the lore, and the other that wants to use all art as a sociopolitical and moral utilitarian weapon. And the thing that frustrates me more than anything is it very much appears that the use everything as a means to an end crowd are allegedly referred to as the smart position instead of the in universe logic one, and therein lies my opposition to such cretins. But anyway, moving on.
Um, Warhammer 40,000's grimdark world of horrors, both human and alien, have developed a complicated relationship with elements of its audience over the years. What was biting satire of Britain's conservative government in the late 80s
No.
has in iteration after iteration of retcons become a messy exploration of fascism and its imagery and what it
No.
means to present. Hold on. Sorry, it's just like I'm in the middle of the sentence, so.
Hmm.
I present that from a marketable perspective, and what that in turn turns what that in turn means for cultivating elements of a fandom that interprets those ideas in a very different manner.
Okay,
What?
one. If GW, if the powers that be at GW ever wanted it to be satirical of something, which I am
Right back.
far from allowing because there is no evidence of that, it is not being satirical of Thatcherite conservatism. It's being satirical of specifically the fall of Rome and or the medieval period. That is where the majority of whatsoever satirical quote unquote elements you could find can be found. It's effectively playing up the fall of Rome and the institution of Christianity in the remnants of the Western Roman Empire. That, if anything, is what GW would be satirizing, except we know, quite frankly, that they were not satirizing that because the innovation of um, the Warhammer 40,000 setting took a otherwise medieval fantasy, albeit a dark medieval fantasy setting, the original Warhammer Fantasy, and funneled it through things like Dune, Halo, and etc. Like dystopian, far-flung future sci-fi with Clark Tech and that sort of thing, with a little bit of Lovecraft thrown in. Those are the foundational elements of Warhammer. The parts that satirize the fall of the Roman Empire and the rise of authoritarian Christianity in the remaining Roman Empire, etc., and the bits borrowed and borrowed and blazoned and stolen from stuff like Dune, Foundation. Um, trying to think of some other like things with the whole like sci-fi god emperor concept. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but those are the origins of Warhammer. Even if there is a satirical element of it, what it's satirizing is pre-industrial history, namely the fall of the Roman Empire and the rise of authoritarian moralistic Christianity in the ashes of the Western Roman Empire. And again, it borrows also from things like Lovecraft and things like Dune and things like Foundation and so forth. That's what Warhammer 40k is. Even if you throw in the satirical element, it's being satirical of history. As it stands, though, there is no evidence to suggest that it was ever trying to be satirical, and you can fuck off. Moving on.
Hmm. This is a type world Warhammer's owner, Games Workshop, has had to balance for years at this point, but this past weekend it found itself rocked from its balancing act as the game became the right-wing fans and culture war proponents eager to grift on called threat of wokeness. The cause,
Okay.
a single story. Hold on, sorry, it's just like a little bit sentence. So,
Mm-hmm.
a single short story in a new rule book or codex, as they are called in Warhammer 40,000, for the Adeptus Custodes faction. All right.
You don't have to be quote unquote right wing to care about the whole infiltration of social justice into 40k thing. The reason being, as I mentioned at the top, true fans of an IP, sincere fans of an IP, see the IP as inherently sentimentally worthwhile, intrinsically, or at least emergently. Those who use art as only a socio-political and moral means to an end do not understand, nor would they consider it moral, to believe in the concept of intrinsic value, or emergent value for that matter. That is the main difference between the people who would rather the lore remain consistent and not pander to external forces like sociopolitical gobbledygook and or morality, because a true fan, a fan that sincerely likes things, doesn't like things for the bloody sociopolitical and moral themes. They like things for the inherent worth of the setting, or at least, again, the emergent worth of the setting. Because I know people can get philosophically pedantic about the difference between inherent and emergent, but that pedantry has been covered. But more to the point. I am a left-leaning social democrat. I would not normally mention this, apart from just to rebut you, but I am also gay and physically disabled and of a religious minority. I mention these things to point out to you that one need not be right-wing in order to oppose social justice. One need only be anti-authoritarian moralism and anti-sociopolitical infiltration into an otherwise non-political setting. And to those who would respond to me with, but everything is political, Herder, no, everything can have philosophical implications, but philosophy does not ipso facto relate to politics. And even if it related to some version of politics, it would be relating to a version of politics that has nothing to do with the modern zeitgeist, nothing to do with bureaucracy or fascism or communism or socialism or liberalism or imperialism or whatever. It has to do, as I mentioned at the top, with, if anything, the collapse of the Roman Empire and the institution of authoritarian moralistic Christianity in the collapsed ashes of the Western Roman Empire, whereupon it would be replicated a couple centuries down the line with the Eastern Roman Empire when Islam takes hold, and that's a whole other thing. But if it could be said that there is a political, and I'm putting that in air quotes because, again, not all philosophy is politics. You can address philosophical points and criteria without ever having that philosophy be political in nature. But if it is said to have a political point to it, it is pointing at a historical zeitgeist and a context that has nothing whatsoever to do with the modern era. For example, the Imperium is not fascist. It is an authoritarian theocracy. Just because it's militarized and also authoritarian does not mean that the Imperium is fascist or a surrogate for fascism. You can have authoritarian regimes and militaristic authoritarian regimes that do not operate under the philosophical rubric of fascism. As an example, an authoritarian theocracy, which is what the Imperium actually is, if you bother to think about it for 2 seconds. Moving on.
First off, hello, Jonah Arts. Good to see you. I see you posted like half hour before we started, which did not know that was a thing, but okay. Found out that gravity moves at the speed of light. Also, that humans can survive and walk away from a car crash of nearly 205 Gs on their body. Oh, wait, sorry, around 60 G forces on your body for 3 milliseconds. And then currently what we're talking about. They're pissy and mad about the fact Games Workshop added women to man guard, super meaty meat, manly man. That is all manly and not gay at all. Super straight manly man. Even though the lore is stupidly inconsistent and all over the place, the company is also British, so they don't have the SUW shit America does.
Yes, they do. They actually have it worse because, unfortunately, because of the roots of monarchy within the British system, they're more prone to moralistic authoritarianism and hysteria than democracies are in the way that America is.
And the people who are leaving are literally just the assholes and super elite antists that want it to be super straight man only.
No, Jonah. I'm afraid you are categorically wrong here. You are categorically wrong because the Sororitas, the Sisters of Battle, and the Sisters of Silence have existed in the setting for a long, bloody time. What people are reacting to is a violation of the lore and the in-universe logic of the setting. It has nothing to do with some kind of misogyny or blah 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 blah. What it has to do with is people who prioritize the lore because they see intrinsic or emergent value within the setting, and people who view art only as a political and social means to an end. And you don't have to be right-wing to oppose social justice, just like you don't have to be left-wing to oppose Christian theocracy on the right either. Some people are consistently against authoritarian moralism wheresoever it happens to be pointing. And some people view the intrinsic or emergent properties of art and the in-universe logic thereof to be more important than non-diegetic bullshit like sociopolitics and morality. The Warhammer 40k setting has always had significant female characters in pretty much every faction except the orcs, because they're a single gender species. But that's neither here nor there. The Eldar have the witch cults. The cults of Slaanesh tend to be primarily female, as is Slaanesh herself in most manifestations. The Necrons, I don't think, have females, but they don't really have males either because they're robots o' pain. And the Tyranids are flesh-eating mushroom people, so they're also kind of out in the sense that they don't really are any sort of human gender roles or even mammalian gender roles probably wouldn't apply to them in most cases. But yeah, there have been significant female factions for bloody ever within 40k. It's just not within the context of the Space Marines or indeed the Custodes because of the specific lore constraints on the Space Marines and the Custodes.
All right. Hello, Giant Turtle. Hope you guys are doing well. Busy working on something IRL, so I might miss some stuff or comment less, but we'll try to follow this as well as work.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine.
Good luck.
Yep. Moving on.
Yep.
All right. In 40k, the Custodes, the chosen army of occasional actor and full-time Warhammer fan Henry Cavill. Okay.
I mean, you're throwing a bit of shade at Henry there, and that's a bit of a low blow. But honestly, I think I think your contempt for the fan base goes quite a bit deeper than that. So we'll glaze over the sassing of Mr. Cavill because good goddamn, the guy can't catch a break.
I think it's supposed to be a joke.
Yeah, but it's a very snide, condescending joke that belies a belittling of Henry Cavill's acting career, if nothing else, and probably also his fandom while we're at it. But again,
Okay,
I
anyway,
expect your contempt for. I expect their contempt for fandom goes quite a bit deeper than goes quite a bit deeper than the lamp shading of Henry Cavill. So. As much as that annoys me, I'm going to step over it because there are bigger fish to fry in this vast ocean of fish that need frying.
All right. So let me restart that. Chosen army of occasional actor and full-time Warhammer fan Henry Cavill are a specific of man's more of the God Emperor. The desiccated husk that
You're glitching out there, Brainstormer.
Okay.
No, I can't hear you now. It literally let you get through one syllable and then it crapped out. Which means we have now reached the technical difficulties portion of the program somewhat earlier than usual.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Okay. Let me restart that then. And Custodes are a specific branch of the Imperial Man's martial forces dedicated to the protection of the God Emperor, the desiccated husk that maintains the religio-fascist domination of humanity, and its territories across the stars from atop a golden throne that has kept him alive for thousands of years through the daily sacrifice of legions of people, clad in gold, red-plumed armor. They are even above the mighty Space Marine chapters of the Imperium's forces and the direct right hand of the Emperor's will. As with many elements of the game, for many years they have so far been presented in Warhammer's fiction from a masculine perspective. But a new story in the Custodes' latest codex, updated for the game's 10th edition, introduces us to a custodian named Calades Torvalia Kesh, who uses she, her pronouns, the first ever female identifying custodian in Warhammer fiction.
Okay, one, the Imperium of Man is not fascist. They're a theocracy. Please don't insert political terminology that is not just categorically inept, but also temporally inept. The Imperium of Man is not fascist because the time frame it takes place in has no place for fascism. They're a theocracy. But that's neither here nor there. It's not just that the canon has been presented from a masculine perspective, which again, by the way, it hasn't, because there have always been female subsets within the Imperium and every other fucking faction in the universe that has a gendered concept. But moreover, explicitly in the not flavor, but the like descriptive text of the canon up until this point, the Custodes feature specifically the sons of Terra. Terra being the surrogate for Earth, because everything is slightly Romanized, owing to the fact that as I alluded earlier, the thing that Warhammer might be potentially satirizing, if it is satirizing anything, is the fall of the Roman Empire and the rise of authoritarian moralistic Christianity within the Dark Ages period of the collapsed Western Roman Empire. Now, it is a significant breach for a sister of battle, which is what this person normally would be, to be elevated to the status of custodian, because much like the Space Marines, the custodians are molded from a very early age using the gene seed of the Emperor. Hence, there is a biological rewriting of every candidate within either the Space Marines or the Custodes, or at least heavy genetic molding. So could it even be possible for a custodian to even be female by the end of the genetic modification process? So far, the only times we've seen that is in the context of mutant gene seed, either tainted by the Tyranids or Chaos. And it is somewhat telling that the first appearance of a allegedly female Custodes is not being treated like the chaos insurgency that it probably is within the setting, but actually as though it's just normal. Which, considering how closely the tactics of social justice in the real world parallel the tactics of chaos within Warhammer, should in and of itself be a meta joke unto itself. But GW is on Chaos's side in this moment, so they didn't notice. And they are banning people who deign to notice the contradiction. Which is the problem. They didn't even announce it as a retcon. They literally went, there have always been Space Marines, there is no war in Ba Sing Se, we have always been at war with Oceania, etc.
You could probably call really early Warhammer as not a satire, but a good amount of satirical elements. Just a lot of the goofiness and blatant references were removed over time.
Yeah, I know. I already addressed the satire point and how it's not fucking a satire in any meaningful way whatsoever, and that if it was satirical of anything, it was satirical of the fall of Rome and the rise of the authoritarian Christian Church within the collapsed part of the Western Roman Empire. I've already addressed the point, but playing the ball where it lies for the sake of actually, arguing the point. But anyway, moving on.
Kesh does not have a dedicated model in the Adeptus Custodes line, nor does she appear elsewhere in the new edition of Codex Adeptus Custodes. The new book was only introduced alongside a single new miniature for Custodes this past weekend, a shield captain that can be built with either a masculine head or a non-gendered helmet. As is the case with many of the Custodes models, no one knows yet who will appear in Warhammer Fiction again, but her very existence has made Codex Adeptus Custodes a flashpoint of a new front in the online culture war, one that grew even brighter when Games Workshop addressed the controversy of her existence on X, the platform formerly known as Twitter, with a simple statement: There have always been female Custodes.
You call that a simple statement, much like the phrase 2 + 2 = 5 would be a simple statement, or we have always been at war with Oceania or Eastasia, depending on what the party wants, or there is no war within the walls of Ba Sing Se, etc. Just because you can state it simply does not mean that its implications or the context of it is in any way simple. It is that statement right there is fundamentally a refusal to acknowledge the retcon. Because here's the thing, I have spoken to a lot of people about this, and they have said, and I agree with them, that if they tried to retcon it and admitted that it was a retcon, that would have been one factor. The fact that they did not even acknowledge that it was a retcon is the thing that has most people pissed off, because that is the point at which it becomes very Orwellian in nature. Hence, the statement, there have always been female Space Marines, in contravention of all the existing lore up until that point, both flavor and descriptive mechanical text, tells you that they're doing the there is no war within the walls of Ba Sing Se thing, the we have always been at war with Oceania thing, and so on. And that is the truly disturbing part. Well, that and the fact that anyone who points out the stuff that was supposed to be memory hold apparently gets banned. And that's the other thing. If you had the goal to say that, yes, we are retconning it, and no, we will take no questions at this time, that would be one thing. If you also left people who refuted you with the previous data alone. But not only did you pull the Orwellian newspeak shite, but you also banned anyone who called you on it. And therein lies the problem. Also, why change the Custodes when you could just as easily create a unisex faction on some world in the far reaches of the Imperium, where, I don't know, maybe because of the environmental factors, females are stronger in one particular subspecies of humanity or something, or how there's there could be a species where there's no physical difference between men and women. But if you're using the Terrans, if you're using the good old-fashioned homegrown Earthlings of the setting, and you're using the Custodes, that means that, one, you're using the humans that are the most similar to normal humans, wherein there are categorical gender differences that would make male survivors of the process much more advisable than attempting to get female survivors of the process. And two, you weren't even satisfied to create a new Space Marine chapter with this in it. You had to go for the cojones of the setting and literally change the Custody lore, which are one of the best factions within the Imperium's forces. That is what tells me and most people who are paying attention that this is not an in-universe storytelling aid. This is you changing the lore, refusing to admit changing the lore, Orwellianly memory holding anyone who disagrees with you, and also banning them, and doing it in the name of external forces like sociopolitics and or morality because of the glory of social justice, aka wokeness. And therein lies the problem. Moving on.
The statement and ensuing backlash from people eager to paint the decision as an example of woke ideas in entertainment marks an inflection point of several issues Games Workshop has had to struggle with in its fan base in recent years. The first is the very existence of female characters within elements of its fiction. Although the concept of female Space Marines has never been canon, Games Workshop went as far in the 2022 updated rulebook for its prequel spin-off game, Horus Heresy: The Age of Darkness, to state that Space Marines are raised from genetic stock described as the biological makeup of the human male, drawing ire from audiences who perceive the language as adjacent to gender-critical ideas around sex. It has long existed as an idea among fans who have developed their own lore and ideas for custom chapters and factions, and has been debated over almost as long.
Okay, but here's the thing. If you prioritize your own homebrew over the lore, that is one thing. If you prioritize your own homebrew over the existing canon and then demand that the existing canon acknowledge you, that is quite another. Because here's the thing. That is a fundamental difference between a actual fan and a social justice oriented fan. Apart from the aforementioned, one sees the intrinsic or at least emergent value in the setting itself, and the other sees it as a means to an end. But apart from that, even the difference between a true fan and a social justice oriented fan is one of these will, when they don't like something, homebrew or modify it within their own community or their own setting. What they don't do is then insist that that change become acknowledged as official canon. That's the difference. When I don't like something about D&D, or my GM doesn't like something about D&D, or Mage the Ascension, or Rift Palladium, or any other role-playing setting, you can have homebrew rules or a suspension of inconvenient otherwise canon rules. What we don't then do, those of us that are actual fans, is admit that officialness senpai notice us. We don't demand that the official lore be changed to coincide with our homebrew lore. We're fine just having our homebrew lore as and when it's necessary or convenient or wanted or whatever, and then leaving it out as and when it's not. Social justice, on the other hand, not only wants the liberty to change the lore within their own, gaming spaces and households and shite, a power that they always had, just like every other fan in the setting. But they want their truth, their reality, their headcanon, their homebrew to become equivalent to actual canon, and will morally shame the producers of the product until it is made so. No one else does that. And moreover, no one with any sort of vested interest in the actual in-universe logic of the setting does that. Usually, when that kind of homebrew shenanigans is brought in, it's for creative reasons. And you're more than welcome to be creative using the setting as a guide and so on. But what you don't then get to do is insist that your creative new perspective is made canon. Your headcanon or your homebrew is just the same as everybody else's headcanon and homebrew. Useful within a context of consenting adults or a consenting group of people playing the game who want that particular change to be made in their game or their setting, but not something you can morally shame the producer of the original canon over. Nor should you ever want to, because even people who homebrew and headcanon generally have enough respect for the original canon to make the distinction between the two of them. Like, no GM who's ever homebrewed or headcanoned is so myopic that they will then insist that there is no difference between their new headcanon or homebrew and the actual canon. Unless they happen to be on the side of social justice, and then of course they will. Moving on.
Alright, Games Workshop has modernized its models and redeveloped factions over the years, and sometimes included presenting more options for female presenting characters and infantry across the board, whether they're for alien armies, the Forces of Chaos, which in itself has a bunch of wild, genderless demons from beyond the constraints of physical space, let alone any perceived constraints of a gender binary, or the faces,
genderless.
or the forces of hold on, or the forces of the Imperium.
Genderless is a bit of a misnomer because most of the Chaos Gods, excluding Slaanesh, are all usually represented as male. Slaanesh is the only one who's ever been depicted as anything other than a god. Her default state seems to be one that prefers femininity. She seems to be a goddess. But even then, are you using the factions of chaos as an example of what the Imperium of Man should do? This is how I know you have no respect for the in-universe canon. And once again, I will go through the list. Almost every faction that has a concept of gender has some female representation in it. The Chaos faction has Slaanesh and her priestesses. The Eldar have the witch cults, etc. The Imperium itself has the Sororitas, the Sisters of Battle, and the Sisters of Silence. Not to mention the rank and file army of the Imperium, which is different from the Space Marines or the Custodes that are usually gender neutral. Every motherfucker with a martial bent whatsoever gets drafted into the normal rank and file armies of the Imperium that have nothing to do with genetic modification or gene alteration and whatnot. But the ones that do, by virtue of them being derivative of the God Emperor himself, are most compatible with male physiology, because even if you tried to put a female through the trials to become a Space Marine and she survives somehow, there's a good solid chance that her femaleness would literally become genetically overwritten and she would be biologically male for all intents and purposes. So at no point does there being such a thing as female Custodes make any fucking sense unless you throw in the potential for mutant gene seed and or chaos corrupted gene seed, which would be an amazing twist to pull if you introduced a female custodian and then immediately admitted that she was corrupted by or her gene seed was corrupted by chaos somehow. Or maybe even the Tyranids could do it, depending on how good they are at gene splicing. But you can't literally do what the villains of your own setting would do and then refuse to acknowledge that any change has occurred whatsoever. That is apart from being Orwellian, which it is. Again, it's the 2 + 2 = 5. We have always been at war with East Asia nonsense. But apart from it being literally Orwellian, it is both Slaaneshian because using female sexuality, and Ventian because of the all things are susceptible to change, nothing is true, everything is permitted axiom that is very much that Tzeentch's stock and trade. So you are literally behaving like your own villains of your own setting, and no one is apparently allowed to point out to you that you appear to have the real world equivalent of chaos corruption, which is flabbergasting, frankly.
Giant Turtle, no, the gods are genderless. They are gendered like a boat or a storm. The Eldar call it she who thirsts. The Imperium usually calls the Prince of. A woman being given gene seed or the Custodes equivalent is entirely happen as anyone's guess. Fabulous ball Belial. No. It's some people of races Space Marine equivalent superhuman. If they could have a call reverse engineer that or have some corrupted effect.
Mm-hmm. Which again, there would have been a way to actually do this and not violate any of the lore, and I'm kind of flabbergasted that no one thought of it, which is in the vast, in the vast expanse of the Imperium, there could, at least hypothetically, be a planet wherein either the environmental capacity of, or the environmental particulars of the planet in question might make men and women basically indistinguishable from each other physically, or it might even go so far as to encourage stronger females, and you'd wind up with a group of females that are stronger than men. I mean, Star Trek certainly did something similar to that. There was actually a society where, because of the nature of the environment of a planet, the females of the dominant species had become stronger than the males of that species. There's nothing stopping you from saying that there might be a subversion of humanity where that could happen, and therefore you could, in theory, get something analogous to female Custodes or female Space Marines from that. But as I mentioned earlier, the Custodes themselves come from Terra. They're as close to IRL Earthlings, like generic rank and file everyday Earthlings, as you can possibly get within the Imperium. And apparently, either there's been corrupted gene seed. Clavicus Vile has, as DT mentioned, been has been fucking around with shit, or more likely, the canon of the setting had been suspended within the mind of these writers because they are more interested in being ideologically pure than they are in being in any way loyal to either the setting itself or the fan base of said setting. At which point, people are going to get pissed. And apparently, at that point, you're going to ban them and pretend like there is no war within the walls of Ba Sing Se. And yeah, no, fuck you. That Orwellian shit does not work.
Giant Turtle, don't no offense. The problem with the gene seed is I'm gonna assume compatibility.
Well, that's as may be, but at least if they wrote it that way, that would be some attempt to do it by the in-universe logic and actually make some attempt to do some kind of storytelling expanse from this. Because that's also the problem at the dead, the cold dead heart of this. Did they try to make up did they try to add something meaningful to the canon? Did they try to find some loophole within the canon that would actually expand the storytelling potential? Did they write up an actual story within the universe that might make this work? No. I did just now, and that was right off the top of my head, so there might be some problems with it. But at the very least, that kind of we're prioritizing the storytelling, or at least trying to fit within the universe, would have been more permissible than just there is no war within the walls, and if you say there's war within the walls, we're going to ban you. Like at the very least, because that's the thing. Even if even if you were a die-hard, dyed-in-the-wool social justice warrior, even if you had the wherewithal to at least prioritize storytelling potential and or in-universe logic of the setting, you could at least find a niche within that context that you could actually make something out of. But instead of doing that, instead of putting the work into telling a new set of stories or adding something to the setting, they just memory hold the entire setting and fucking room 101 to anyone who disagreed, even if they had receipts, especially if they had receipts.
That's fair. That's fair, Giant Turtle. I mean, to be fair, I make typos a lot too, so there's no problem on that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm sure Dolan gets typos all the time.
Yes, I do, and they're fucking irritating because usually I have to go back and edit them out.
All right. Moving on.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The Custodians themselves received something of a sort with the introduction of the Sisters of Silence in Warhammer 40k's 7th edition in 2017. An all-female allied faction that, in the lore, became the elite armies to the right hand in the Custodians.
The Sisters of Battle have existed long before the Sisters of Silence, please fuck off. And again, even outside of the Imperium itself, the Eldar have their witch cults. A large percentage of Slaanesh followers are female, and or like use female sexuality as a weapon. Like, and the only reason the Orcs, the Tyranids, and the Necrons don't have females is because they don't really have a concept of gender such as it is to begin with. And in the case of the Orcs, they're fungal people. They literally reproduce by spores. So them having a single gender kind of does make sense.
Oh, so Tyranids, one, you don't know name is, that's just a name given to them because they conquered that one planet. And also, they're Lovecraftian in a way, right? Like they're kind of Warhammer's answer to Lovecraftian monsters.
No, that would be chaos. That is the Warhammer equivalent to Lovecraft.
Fair enough.
The Tyranids are more equivalent to, I'm trying to think of an example of like the Tyranids are basically the 40k equivalent of the nematodes from SpongeBob. That's basically what their stick is. Or the tribbles from Star Trek. They just are this nameless horde of bullshit that like bioengineered itself over and over and over again. Or like the bugs from Starship Troopers. That's another great example of kind of what the Tyranids are. The Lovecraftian faction is the Chaos faction.
All right, yeah, Giant Turtle, Starship Trooper bugs, yeah. Though, from what I understand, weren't the bugs in Starship Troopers sentient?
Yeah, and the Tyranids are too, kind of, except that they also are subordinate to a hive mind, kind of.
Mm-hmm. Or SG-1 replicators. That was a good show, by the way. I don't know if I don't want to say reboot, but some continuation of Stargate universe, like of the Stargate universe. Maybe not today.
I mean,
obviously, but
I never particularly cared for the movie Stargate, but the shows were okay. I think Stargate Atlantis was my favorite, maybe. But that's neither here nor there. But like the back on point. Point being, for the factions within within 40k that actually have a meaningful concept of gender or a meaningful concept of like sexual dimorphism, there are female like warrior factions within things. barring the ones that literally cannot reproduce in the way that ordinary mammals can, like the Tyranids or the Necrons, or barring the ones that are literally a single gender largely because they are a semi-fungal species and reproduce by sporing, like the orcs. Every other faction has a female like subcategory. Actually, do the Tau? Come to think of it, I can't remember if the Tau press their female people into service or not. I think so. I don't think there's some kind of gender blindness with the Tau.
Not that I'm aware of, though. Granted, I haven't looked too deep. I watch I don't really look too much into Warhammer 40K because it's not really my cup of tea.
It's a bit too grimdark.
It's the poster child of grimdark.
Yeah.
And when I mean poster child, I mean those posters that show the effects of drug abuse.
Okay, good. I wanted to be sure of that and wanted to make sure I wasn't making myself a liar. But yeah, the Tau don't make a particular difference with their males and females. But anyway, moving right along.
Yeah, I think their whole thing is I think their whole thing is like the caste system they have, right?
Yeah. There are other criteria by which the Tau do Tau things than gender.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, let's move on. We're still on the first article. In turn, elements of lore established in years past have likewise endlessly been rewritten and updated as the story of the fiction has expanded, with Warhammer's concept of what is and what isn't canonical almost always in flux.
Okay, but some elements of that canon have remained consistent. Otherwise, there would be no setting to speak of. Yes, minor changes here and there, or minor decanonizations here and there is one thing. But literally every book, up until this point, on the Adeptus Custodes, said that they were, and I quote, the sons of Terra, which means they are the male children of elite families on Terra, which is Earth, and thus it would not make any fucking sense to waste custodian gene seed on a female child. Because not only would her gender signifiers probably be rewritten by the process anyway if that happened, but also there's a good solid chance that she wouldn't survive because even most of the male children don't survive the process.
All right.
Which by the way, I'm curious how long it's going to take before the feminist portions of the SJW army realize that by subjecting female characters to the process of space marinehood, you're actually being misogynistic toward them and demand that they be protected again. Never mind, they were protected all along, but never mind.
Oh, you certainly put that out into the world.
But because you know it's going to happen. It always happens. As soon as they have what they want, they begin infighting. And the very second they realize the implications of having female space marines or female custodes, they're going to be like, how could you subject all these poor innocent female characters to this horrifying body horror process? And we'll go, well, this is one of the reasons we told you not to do this, but you did it anyway.
Alright, with their battle suits and drones, the Tau military is probably more reminiscent of the Air Force than Army, and how physically and mentally demanding it is. I don't really have anything to say to that.
No, but yeah.
Don, are you looking at it the wrong way? It isn't women are weak. It's you are giving a woman a drug made for a man.
I don't.
I read that wrong. I read that wrong. Sorry.
The difference doesn't really matter. It will still either rewrite her genes or kill her.
They wouldn't see
Because
it as that
again,
or push to change the process.
even the majority of male applicants to either Space Marine hood or custodian hood do not survive the process. Hence,
I think Dragon Turtle is just saying what obviously those very stupid people would say when.
Right, which is why again I'm waiting for the inevitable. Wait, you mean in order to become a Space Marine or a Custodes, they have to undergo this body horror? Having female characters undergo this process is misogyny, derp. And then here we'll be again going like, well, this is one of the many reasons why it was stupid to ask for female Custodes.
Jonah says Warhammer 40k lore is insanely inconsistent.
Yeah, but there are nexuses of consistency even within the maelstrom of stuff that does change. So again, the sensible way to introduce this probably would be chaos corrupted gene seed of some description. Like if Tzeentch or Slaanesh got in there and started fiddling around with the gene seed, I could see a faction of Chaos Space Marines that had female members, or if again there was some kind of subspecies on another planet with very different environmental conditions where men and women were almost genetically indistinguishable from each other, or maybe even the women were more compatible for some reason than the men. That would be one thing. But you can't do that with the Custodes because the Custodes come from Terra, which is as close to vanilla Earth as you can get in the setting. If you wanted to have some kind of environmental genetic fluke type thing where some version of females were more compatible / better suited for the process, if you wanted that, you would have to do it on a far-flung, very environmentally different part of the Imperium, and not fucking Terra. And even then, it wouldn't be the Custodes. It would be, and this is the other thing, why the fuck didn't they just make a new chapter of fucking Space Marines from one of those, far-flung weird planets that have weird environmental shit going on, so that there could be a, unisex or hell, a super version of the Sororitas, because of again whatever weird environmental genetic nonsense you want to throw out this subspecies of humanity might have. But no, again, they didn't make new potential for storytelling. They didn't add anything to the universe. They just broke the rules and now are trying desperately to say they didn't break the rules. They broke the internal consistency of the setting, and they're now trying to pretend like they didn't do it, which is the wrong way around. If you absolutely must insert something like this into the canon, then you need to put storytelling first and or storytelling potential first, and you need to do it as much as possible within some version of the in-universe logic. Because that's the thing. I would be less angry at this if they had just focused on we're adding something new and interesting that has new storytelling potential to the setting, and actually created a faction within the setting so that it at least tried to fit within in-universe logic. But no, instead of that, we're memory holding every mention of the Custodes up until this point, and we will ban you if you try to point out that we are memory holding it, because there is no war within Ba Sing Se, herder.
All right. So I am going to say any discussion of Dalton's ideas, no offense, Rental, because I did just read your comments, but just for time's sake, and I think this particular conversation of how you could do some form like that could take hours, because I know both of you. I would request if you could take that somewhere else, like on Discord or something, at a later point.
But okay, Jonah, that's the point. In a setting like 40K where everything is in flux, the shit that has remained the most consistent, therefore, is also the most important to keep consistent. And in literally every other book instance mention of the Custodes, they're all the sons of Terra. Not the daughters, not the humans of Terra, not any of that. They are the sons of Terra, and they are the like primary guard of the God Emperor. That has been the canon since, Rogue Trader and beyond, and acting as though it was just a one-off mention that we're changing or something is silly and stupid.
Okay. So again, I'm gonna ask that this entire conversation, WoW, will be brought up, I'm sure, again as we continue.
Mm-hmm. Moving on.
Yeah. Internal elements of lore in use. I already read that, didn't I? Oh wait, no, I haven't. Internal elements of lore established in years past have likely endlessly been rewritten and updated as the story of the fiction has expanded, with Warhammer's concept of what isn't canonical almost always in flux, things changing from one updated supplement to the next. Yes, that Games Workshop would say the existence of female custodians has always been a thing, despite us only having just been introduced to the first ever named one. It is indeed a retcon, but that's also just how Warhammer fiction has always been worked.
Okay, but
Uh,
here's the issue. You retconned it without admitting that it was a retcon. If they had admitted it was a retcon, that would actually be better, because it wouldn't entail Devil Plus ungooding their fan base, and it wouldn't entail banning them. Because here's the thing. If they were actually treating this as a retcon, the whole good news, everyone, we're changing it so that females can be custodians, that would be one thing. They didn't do that, though. They said, and I quote, "It's always been the case." And then, even if you want to make the argument that they were pointing something out in universe, which is at least a plausible plausible deniability argument, then why did the people out of universe, the mods out of universe, go on to ban everyone who pointed out the obvious contradiction thereof? Because someone who was secure in their position would not ban the people correcting you. They would just either mock the people correcting you, or, heaven forbid, engage in an argument whereby you could win the argument. But people who are insecure about their position do reach for the ban hammer like it's the one goddamn ring. And so they did. Moving on.
Hello?
Yeah. Still here.
Okay. Sorry. I forgot. I was eating and I forgot. I muted myself so you wouldn't hear me eating. I forgot to unmute. So I was talking for like 30 seconds.
Okay. Yeah. Well, back it up, rewind, and go again.
Yeah. The Horus Heresy, the Interstellar Civil War that set the stage for Warhammer 40k's world as we know it today, and now considered an important fundamental cornerstone of the fiction, simply didn't exist in the earliest versions of the setting. Things always change. Few Warhammer fans actually familiar with the material could be pressed into saying that the original lore for the Space Marines presented in the original iteration of the game, Rogue Trader, where they're closer to armored cops on the frontiers of the Imperium, policing gang worlds and punks rather than the quasi-Roman fundamentalist crusaders of the modern fiction, are one and the same to the idea of the Space Marines as we know them all these decades later.
Okay, the difference that you are glossing over here is the all decades later part. The rogue trader elements that you're talking about were dropped fairly early on and stayed dropped. These have been consistent up until literally like a month ago and are now supposed to be treated as though they're better than all the existing canon. That's the difference. The longevity of the newly established canon does make a difference because some level of consistency has to be maintained in order to have a setting worth a damn. Because if nothing is true, everything is permitted, then what even is the setting? And again, it is once more the difference between having a homebrew in the privacy of your own home or a softer rule set in the privacy of your own home versus demanding that the official canon bend to your will. There's a fundamental difference there. Everyone has some bits of canon that they prioritize over others, sure, but only the SJWs usually bother to scream, "Notice me, official senpai," every time they want something different done with a setting. And therein lies the difference between someone who is prioritizing sociopolitics and or morality over in-universe logic or consistency, and an actual fan who does prioritize in-universe logic and consistency over sociopolitics and morality as and when they can. Because one of these sets is content to just retcon or headcanon or homebrew when they find something in the rules they don't like or that they would rather not enforce. The SJW mindset, however, comes up with a headcanon and then knocks on the official overseeing body's door saying, "Make this canon or you're immoral," over and over again.
Alright. Jonah Arts, GW had said they wanted to add female Space Marines for a long time and never had the chance to do it since the suits said no and no each time. This was a few years ago, and I don't have the source since it has been a long time. I'm gonna be honest, I don't give a shit about Games Workshop anymore ever since they put that ban on fan creations.
Yeah, they're a terrible company. They are absolutely shit, and we shouldn't respect them. The problem being, they are also the people employing the Black Library writers, and therefore, if we want to have some access to the lore, we do actually need to placate GW because they're the ones who print the Black Library books, unfortunately. And usually that nerfs them because the writers they hire are complete shit stains and or ideologues, and that usually ends up creating the kind of constantly shifting miasma that Jonah is pointing at. Which again, in a world where everything is constantly changing, the shit that doesn't change becomes all the more important. The shit with the longest tenure of consistency actually becomes more necessary to enforce in a setting that is constantly changing. Otherwise, there is no setting. And if there is no setting, then the entire enterprise becomes redundant at this point. Moving on.
Right. And yet, in spite of all this, Games Workshop finds itself once again having to navigate another struggle with its audience that has increasingly that has increasingly become a problem in recent years. How its portrayal of the fascism at the heart of Warhammer 40k's biggest faction has invited opportunities for people who align themselves with that ideology in real life to believe that that they have a safe space within Warhammer's community to share and support those beliefs.
No, and again, the Imperium of Man is not fascist. Fascism is a 20th century ideology within the milieu of 20th century politics. The Imperium of Man is a authoritarian militaristic theocracy, a concept which dates back thousands more years, and its main political milieu, in such as there is one, is based heavily on the fall of the Roman Empire and or the rise of the authoritarian church within the Western Roman Empire after the fall during the Middle Ages. That is the political zeitgeist that the Imperium exists in, takes its cues from, and is based on. It is not fascist because it does not possess the kind of state that fascism can exist in to begin with. It possesses the kind of state of a theocracy that happens to be also, by the way, featuring a Senate-like structure known as the Senatorum, which also, even if we wanted to anachronistically use the term fascism on the Imperium, we couldn't do because it does have bodies like the Senatorum and etc., which is not in any way fascist. Also, there's enough cultural diversity within the various planets of the Imperium that it's very obvious that apart from very strict things to keep out the likes of the Tyranids and the Chaos and so on, the Imperium doesn't really give a fuck about the particular civilizations on those planets insofar as they play by the Imperium's theocratic rules. So even if we wanted to anachronistically use the term fascism on the Imperium, they don't micromanage their colonies enough to be considered fascist, even if we allow for the anachronistic use of it. So no, they're not fascist in any way whatsoever. They are an authoritarian militaristic theocracy. Unfortunately, most people who use the term fascism use it to mean authoritarian civilizations with a militaristic edge. That's usually the way most people who don't know anything about the terminology use it. Sorry.
Drenchell says theocratic oligarchy. In terms of the Imperium of Man.
I mean, sure, but yeah, they're an authoritarian theocracy, one way or the other. But even so, at no point does that fit a definition of fascism, unless your definition of fascism is just any system that happens to both be authoritarian and militaristic, which unfortunately is the average normie's definition of fascism, and that's where this gets complicated. Moving on.
What theocracy isn't authoritarian? That's fair.
In theory, it could happen. I sort of doubt that a Buddhist or a Shintoist or a Jainist theocracy would be particularly authoritarian, but
Yeah, I guess just depends on the.
I mean, it could hypothetically become those things. It's just it's a lot harder to imagine a Terence McKenna cult becoming an authoritarian theocracy than it is to see the church from the Middle Ages being an authoritarian theocracy and or modern day Muslim culture being an authoritarian theocracy.
To be fair, if a cult lasts long enough, it becomes a religion, and then now that's a whole conversation that we could spend hours talking about, and I do not think we do not have the time for that. So
we could, but point being, the Imperium of Man is an authoritarian, oligarchic, theocratic structure. It is not in any way fascist. It doesn't have the kind of state or the kind of micromanaging tendencies that you would look for in a fascist system.
I mean, Dreadnought does actually bring up a good point. Japan has had Shintoist theocracies, or at least authoritarian governments that mandated slash pushed it.
This is also true, but
All right,
but but even but
no,
even
okay.
then, was their authoritarianism pointed inward at the society itself or outward at conquering the rest of the world? Because that is also a difference.
Uh, when and to be fair, my knowledge of Japanese history is loose and not as knowledgeable as I'm sure it could be if I'd studied. To be fair, they never taught us damn thing in social studies, like history wise, ever.
No, no, they didn't. The tragedy of the American educational system strikes yet again, ladies and gentlemen.
But what was I gonna say? From what I understand, when Christian missionaries, when Japan opened its borders, it was very isolationist for a very long time. Um, when Christian missionaries would come to Japan, they were not well received.
No, they weren't. Although that being said, missionaries are almost never received for the exact same received well for the exact same reason that the modern day Jehovah's Witness gets the door slammed in their face more often than they get let in, because
I've actually
nobody
fun
likes a
fact.
bunch of God bothering cunts coming to their door and shaming them into obedience or trying to.
Okay, so fun fact: I have actually listened to I have actually let a Jehovah's Witness into my house and listened to them. Granted, I was pretty young. I was like in my early teens at the time. They never identified themselves as Jehovah's Witnesses, to be fair.
Mm.
Um, it's interesting just because I was willing to at least listen, if not anything else. I don't think it really affected my views or beliefs, to be fair, but it was interesting to listen to.
I have a copy of the Book of Mormon still somewhere from running into some in college, and they were giving out copies of the Book of Mormon. I thought, well, it's a free book, and why not?
Never had that. They just knocked on my door once, and I talked to them. And
But the point being is almost nobody reacts well to missionaries trying to push a different religion than the one they already have, because nobody likes to be God bothered and shamed.
they
So.
didn't. I don't remember them really pushing anything, to my knowledge.
Mm.
Just talked.
Mm.
Which I suppose is actually is the better way that can go, to be honest.
Yeah, it seems like you got, as my friend Nick would say, the good ending of that exchange. It can go a lot more awkward when left to its own devices. But anyway,
Well,
moving on.
strangers in my house is still pretty awkward, but yeah.
Yeah, but it seems like your Jehovah's Witness were put on easy mode. There are some that are a lot more hard mode. But
To be fair,
anyway,
they were like late teens, so they could have been a little more laxed and less fanatical.
it's possible. And I mean,
Anyway,
there are different strategies. There are plenty of people who go with the you catch more flies with honey than with vinegar strategy, which I have less of an issue with them, even though I still don't particularly like the idea of someone going door to door God bothering.
oh no, that is very much stupid. And anyway, back to this because we are, Jesus.
Yeah. Sidebar. Moving on.
Multiple incidents recently from showing support for Black Lives Matter movement in 2020 to a European tournament, prevaricating over whether or not to disqualify a player who showed up to play in clothing depicting Nazi iconography. have seen Games Workshop release statements rejecting hate groups and their place in the Warhammer community. But those statements.
As much as you might find them personally objectionable, they're still your customers, dude. Like this is the thing. For example, I am not a Christian, but if I had a company, I would not like put a sign on the door saying no Christians allowed or some shit, because even if we disagree on shit, they're still my customers, and I don't particularly give a shit what they do when they're not being my customers. As long as they don't, show up with a gun and try to school shoot my business or something, that would be a slightly different matter. But like, sure, a certain percentage of like we have risen to the level of Nazis buy milk, therefore milk is racist levels of bullshit here. Well, yeah. So at some point, I'm sure more people that you don't like than you would prefer have probably consumed a product that you like. And what harm does it do to just let them be? Because my God, like, so what if Nazis like 40K? Nazis are people. All people a certain percentage of all people, i.e., people from all demographics, seem to enjoy 40K. So I'm sure some percentage of that percentage is Nazis. But as long as they don't, try to build gas chambers at the gaming table or something, who the fuck cares?
Moving on.
Yeah, moving on.
Right. But those statements in turn have relied on an increasingly precarious argument that it should be clear to bigots who believe that Warhammer's world supports them that, in fact, the setting is a satirical exploration of conservative ideology to its most evil and absurd heights, and that, in turn, it is making fun of their beliefs.
The Imperium is not conservative in the modern context of that word. Either the monarchist one you would get in the UK, or the honestly probably classically liberal version you would get in the US. Modern conservatism is just that, modern, and I don't fucking care what the tradcons think, because their definition of history is also borked beyond all repair. Their notions of traditional conservatism are very much ahistorical, but that's neither here nor there. Again, the Imperium does not, and never has or never should, exist within a modern political framework. It exists in a ancient historical political framework, if it indeed exists in a political framework at all, because the main basis of the setting is the fall of Rome and the rise of authoritarian Christianity within the crystallized ashes of the Western Roman Empire during the medieval period. This is the thing. This is why I fucking hate this whole everything is political shit. One, not all philosophy has to be political, and therefore something can be philosophical without being political. And two, even if you want to run with the phrase everything is political, there are different kinds of politics, straight up not in the same paradigm kinds of politics. For example, if we wanted to run with the everything is political shtick here, we're not dealing with modern politics. We're dealing with a sci-fi equivalent or sci-fi version of the fall of Rome and the rise of the church in the ashes of the Roman Empire. That is the political, air quotes, zeitgeist we're drawing from. But you want to see fascism where there is categorically no fascism, or conservatism where there categorically is no conservatism to speak of. We're dealing with a probably would be pre-industrial if it weren't a sci-fi setting, oligarchic, theocratic, authoritarian regime. It's not fascist, not conservative, specifically ancient Roman theocratic, post Constantine's conversion to Christianity, because of course the Imperium only likes acknowledging the one deity, which is definitely not what a sci-fi Roman Empire would actually do if we were to carry through the polytheism, but I digress. Moving on.
Right. Okay. The old all art is left wing except maybe the bad art. You just need to find it thing.
Yeah, again, it's like, okay, even if you want to stick with the whole everything is political thing, which is farcical anyway, because politics and philosophy aren't the same thing, but okay, assuming you wanted to, there are different fucking paradigms of politics that have existed throughout history. Fascism was an advent of the 21st century, like, mostly nationalist state model. It's not the model that the Imperium is built on. The Imperium is built on ancient Rome falling and the rise of Christianity, if anything else.
Alright, moving on.
Yeah.
Alright. The Imperium Man stands as a cautionary tale of what could happen should the very worst of humanity's lust for power and extreme, unyielding xenophobia set in. Like so many aspects of war. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Like so many aspects of Warhammer 40,000, the Imperium of Man is satirical. A blog post released by Games Workshop on the official Warhammer community website in 2021 titled "The Imperium is driven by hate, Warhammer is not," reads in part, "For clarity, satire is the use of humor, irony, or exaggeration, displaying people's vices or a system's flaws for scorn, derision, and ridicule. Something doesn't have to be wacky or laugh out loud funny to be satire. The derision, is in the setting's
Yes.
amplification of a tyrannical genocidal regime turned up to 11. The Imperium is not an aspirational state outside of the universe perspective of those who are slaves to its systems. It's a
They're not.
monstrous civilization. Hold on, there's one last sentence. Sorry. It's a monstrous civilization, and its monstrousness is plain for all to see. There you go.
Okay. I don't even know where to begin with that shit. Okay. Let's address first the Imperium is driven by hate thing, because the hate of the Imperium of Man is directed at various forms of, like, body horrific Lovecraftian things that want to murder fuck reality to death. Like, okay, there's that. Then there's the second point whereby you really don't understand the history of the setting, do you? The Imperium, as it is in the 41st millennium, is not supposed to be aspirational, period, because it is depicting a dark age, you cunts. It is depicting the fall of a civilization, which again leans closer to an analogy with the Roman Empire than it does any sort of modern horse shit. But the golden age of technology within the setting was actually, if you know the lore, you would know, a humanist one. The point being that the God Emperor realized that humanity was being fed upon by the forces of chaos and really didn't like the prospect of quasi-Lovecraftian monsters murder fucking reality to death in various ways. And so he basically, for the majority of the golden age of technology, instituted a kind of radical anti-theism. Not in the sense of not in the sense of getting people to just stop, worshiping the chaos gods and such, but in the sense that he knew the chaos gods existed, but he also knew that he could rob them of their power by getting people to move away from them and highly regulate their belief systems, consciously, usually, if nothing else. So, if your satire point stands, it doesn't, but never the fuck mind. I'm allowing it for the sake of the point. If your satire point stands, then you need to look at the whole setting. Namely, the golden age of technology fell because the God Emperor tried to institute a kind of atheistic post-humanism on everyone, which backfired so badly that it gave rise to a fucking dark age, wherein the very same humanistic figure that is the God Emperor became the exact thing he wished he wasn't, namely a god. But again, even if even if I allow for your satire point, which again I'm not inclined to do because it's stupid, but allowing for your satire point, once more and with feeling, the thing being satirized, if anything at all, at least successfully satirized, if anything at all, is not modern day politics, it's not fascism, it's not communism, it's not conservatism, it's not tradconism, it's not even like Muslim theocracy. It's satirizing the fall of Rome and the rise of the church within the Dark Ages with a sci-fi twist. That, if anything, is what it's satirizing. And none of that relates to the modern day concept of hate thought or hate speech, or indeed modern day conservatism, or indeed even fascism. It's not a fascist regime after all. Planet to planet, it's mostly a isolationist regime that just wants everything to be left alone. And furthermore, the Imperium doesn't really go out of its way to straight up conquer things usually, as long as the xenospecies they come into contact with don't particularly put up much of a fight, and or they're not allied with the Tyranids, with Chaos, or with the Necron type, or the Orcs. Like the main reason why the Imperium fights as much as it does is because there are eldritch terrors out there waiting to murder fuck reality into non-existence, or at least into non-coherence, and also, you know, body horror mouth creatures that want to turn every piece of organic life into them, and or partially mushroom thugs that basically just want to eat everything and or beat to death everything they can get their hands on, and or robots that are basically mad at everything for the fact that they exist and that they can feel pain, which, I mean, that's neither here nor there. But yeah, the reason why the Imperium is motivated by hate, insofar as it is motivated by hate, is because there are dangerous things out there in the world of 40K that want to murder fuck reality and or humanity to death in endless series of malevolent ways. Like the best case scenario for like allies the Imperium could have that aren't human is probably the Craft World Eldar, and even they are snooty aristocratic fucks who consider humans to have basically the relative intelligence and longevity of dogs. Which is to say nothing of the Dark Eldar, and I don't know enough about the Harlequin Eldar to know really where they fit on that spectrum. Then I suppose if the orcs and humanity could have made some kind of alliance, humanity could use the like reality bending powers of the orcs to their advantage too, maybe. And I guess the Tau aren't particular. Like, they want to like bureaucratically caste system everything they can get their hands on, but apart from that, they're, I guess, not particularly vile. But there are very scant few positive. There aren't really any good endings in the 41st millennium, apart from eventually this Dark Age probably is going to end, and eventually probably we're going to get back to some kind of Golden Age, or at least closer to a Golden Age than we are a Dark Age. But apart from that very, very slim possibility, there are no good endings in the 41st millennium. It's very possible that this Dark Age is just going to continue until humanity eventually finds a way to destroy itself.
Yeah, that seems pretty, yeah. All right. Okay. Giant Turtle. Do they think it's like? This was earlier. Do they think it's like Helldivers
Yeah,
where the
but
Imperium?
that's my point. It's not like the Imperium is explicitly a conquering force, but conquering is the only answer they have to the various, you know, dozens of factions that want to murder fuck them to death. And if I met something that wanted to murder fuck me and or all of reality to death, I probably would be quite scorched earth against it too, as was the God Emperor. So there's that. It's not like the Imperium does what it does just because it wants to. No, there are like 5 different flavors of, interdimensional Lovecraftian wolves at the door, and they all want a piece of humanity's ass. So it's either toughen the fuck up and get a metaphorical gun and shoot those wolves, or we're going to be murder fucked to death over and over again for the rest of time. Those aren't good options. Moving on.
All right. This may have been true in Warhammer's earliest days, but as we said, the franchise has grown and changed in the years since Rogue Trader's satirical extrapolation of British conservatism nearly 40 years ago. For as much as Games Workshop can state that Warhammer 40k's satire is clear for all to see, in reality, its clarity of purpose is
Did we
far.
lose Brainstormer? I think we lost Brainstormer.
Hello?
Either that
Hello?
or my connection failed.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Hold on. Okay, he messaged me. Okay, yeah, I can't hear you either. I'll have to disconnect and reconnect. Okay, now we're back. Once again, apologies for the technical difficulties. And yes, Dragon Turtle, I know they probably would be doing at least some of this without any, wolves at the door. But the wolves at the door certainly do preclude any possibility of ever growing out of this dark age, and they certainly necessitate a kind of purity spiraling that probably wouldn't exist without it.
Right. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
And I just now it's
Yeah, we're good. We're
okay.
coming through. And back to the thing.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get me a set. Damn thing is taking forever to.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I know that they probably would have done at least some of the shit they're doing without much provocation, DT. But they could, if it weren't for the body horror space piranha that are the Tyranids, or the I want to make everything feel pain because I had to feel pain robots that are the Necrons, or the Lovecraftian gods of murder fuckery, they probably would at least be the purity spiral that got them to this point wouldn't have happened in the first place, or wouldn't have happened quite as much, and also they would be more capable of seeing their way out of it. But at the moment, the various slow burn apocalypses, as you put it, and all the although we want to eat and murder fuck everything to death factions sort of necessitate that what the Imperium is currently doing is basically the best that the Imperium could probably hope for under the circumstances. And I say that because specifically with the Immaterium involved, with the Immaterium involved, even if you got rid of all the other factions, even if it was just a two-horse race between humanity and chaos, they would still probably be fucked because the the fact of the chaos god's existence is kind of a self-reinforcing loop. They were born out of the human instincts gone awry and gone malignant, and now they self-perpetuate themselves by enforcing that malignancy onto the real world as much as they can, and in as many ways as they can. So even if all of the Xenos issues were done and dusted, and we were just down to humanity v chaos, it would still be remarkably hard to do any good, as long as the four most powerful chaos gods are still the four malignant powers there. Although I suppose if humanity was left alone long enough with just chaos to deal with, they could rediscover the technology to reshape the Immaterium and probably fix it to some degree thereafter. But you can't do that when there's an enemy at literally every gate, and all of them want to torture you or body horror you into non-recognition.
All right. Okay. All right. Finish the paragraph we're on, and then call it, and then just finish it off next week, just for time's
Yep.
sake. All right. The Imperium is an inextricably evil organization responsible for mass genocide, xenophobia, and bigotry across Warhammer's stars. But the Space Marines Games Workshop poster child perspective is presented as heroic and noble, and as the default in the vast fiction. Beautifully rendered artwork of their legions is plastered across posters and displays, inviting newcomers to walk into Warhammer stores and learn how to play the game. They are the stars of children's books. They are the face of merchandising efforts beyond the models themselves. They are the dozens upon dozens of video games. For as evil an entity as the Imperium and its vanguard in the Space Marines have been romanticized as something that looks cool. Space Marines are giant, brightly colored, power-armored soldiers with guns that shoot the equivalent of artillery rounds in a hailstorm of bullets and literal chainsaw swords. Things that look far, far worse than they do.
Okay. By what criteria are you calling the Imperium evil here? because I'm willing to accept that literally every faction within 40k is evil. I'm willing to accept the possibility that of the factions, the Imperium is possibly the least evil, with the possible exception of some of the Craftworld Eldar and maybe the Harlequins. I don't know enough about the Harlequins to know where they fit in things, but like, I'm willing to either accept that everyone in the Imperium is evil, or rather everyone in 40k is evil to some extent. And I'm also willing to accept that comparatively the Imperium might not be as bad as some of the other factions. But I am not willing to accept the combination of syllogisms that goes the Imperium is the worst faction in the setting. Because, need I remind you, the Lovecraftian murderfuck gods that exist and want to murderfuck all of reality into incoherence over and over and over again forever, that are literally the embodiment of all the worst tendencies in every sentient species that they have access to. Because even if I accepted your premise that the Imperium was evil, which I'm willing to accept that every faction within 40k is evil, but I'm not willing to accept that the Imperium is uniquely and specifically evil if the other ones aren't. Because if we're looking for the literal embodiments of evil, how about the space piranha body horror herds that are the Tyranids, or the I want to bureaucratize everything faction of the Taus, or the various murder dark elves from space that are the Dark Eldar, and so on. How about the orcs that would literally just want to eat and or beat up everything, or the robots pain that are the Necrons, who are like, because I feel pain, then everything in reality is going to feel pain. God damn it! Like, in the world of 40k, you basically are left with two options. You are left with the option of everyone in the 41st millennium is evil, which I would at least entertain as an argument, or you are left with, of the options, there are scant few ones you could even call good, and among them there might be certain subcategories within the Imperium of Man. Because saying the Imperium is uniquely evil in the face of the body horror plague and the murderfuck Lovecraftian deities, no, I'm not accepting that. No way are you going to convince me that the embodiment of bloodshed, the embodiment of excess to the point of insanity, the embodiment of entropy and sorcery, and the freaking, which one am I missing? And the embodiment of rot, decay, disease, and plague are in any way even close to being the good guys. There we go.
Yeah.
I was missing Nurgle, but I got there in the end. But yeah, nor are you going to convince me that the nematodes on body horror that are the Tyranids are the good guys. Nor are you going to convince me that the barbaric orcs that want to eat and or beat up everything in existence are the good guys. Nor are you going to convince me that the torture elves are the good guys. The only ones I might consider conceding that might be better than the Imperium are the Craftworld Eldar and or possibly the Harlequins, if I knew more about the Harlequin elves. But like, those are basically your only options, unless the old ones wake up and make a comeback. I'm accepting the notion that of the factions, the only ones that are potentially worth a damn are the Craftworld Eldar and the Imperium, basically. And if you want if your definition of evil necessitates that the Imperium is somehow worse than all those other factions, you can miss me with all of that shit.
Okay, sorry, I was eating. Trying to know the problem with the Tau isn't that they are bureaucratic; it's that they are brainwashing, and the Necrons have rather varying motivations depending on their leaders.
That's why I just default to the I felt pain, therefore I'm gonna make all of existence feel pain motive that seems to be as close to a universal thing with them as possible. Because we could be here all day if we went into all the subfactions of subfactions of subfactions.
Well, isn't there that one Necron? I can't remember the name of it of them, but it's they collect things.
I don't remember.
Their their entire tomb world becomes a museum. Like they even capture moments of time, not like picture wise, but legitimately a looping quasi like pocket dimension they create.
Yeah. I believe I know who you're talking about. And yes, it like if every Necron were just clones of that dude, I wouldn't have nearly as much of a problem with the Necrons. But alas, most of them are Gur, a star vampire turned our entire species into a robot species, and before that we were in constant unyielding agony for millennia. So now we're gonna screw with now we're gonna screw with the rest of the universe. Like and that like I honestly feel genuinely bad for the Necrons because for fuck's sake they like their entire existence was pain up until the point they got fucked over by the star vampire. So like it could be like probably could have been worse for them. Like they could have ended up worse than they did. But still, I do have some empathy at least for the Necrons because when your entire existence is unyielding agony and then robotification, I don't really think you got a vote in any potential good ending. But there it is. I do somewhat feel bad for them, but at the same time, it's like, okay, it's the whole I respect that you have an emotionally scarring backstory and that you were betrayed by the Star Vampire thing, but doesn't make you justified.
What's the guy's name? Catch people such things in stasis field, which slow time to almost zero.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, if every Necron were a clone of that dude, I wouldn't mind them so much. But they're not all like that.
They are to look at then sells you an awful lot of marine models and rule books and fiction books and soon presumably an Amazon TV. Okay, we're gonna call it there for this.
Yep. Yeah. Next.
Actually, wait. There's only two. Okay, I fucked up. I thought there was more, but no, it's only 2 paragraphs after that.
Okay. So we'll finish it then and move on to the next one.
Yeah. It just felt like it I'll be honest, it does as and it didn't feel like it was getting to an end.
Yeah. Well, they never do. There are two extremes. The person who makes an article and is extremely short, and they basically say nothing, and you wonder why they wrote the article in the first place, or the long-winded ones that just basically stop when they're done instead of actually arriving at a conclusion.
When that evil is presented as cool, it is no longer sad. Turn and
Go ahead. Sorry.
control doctrines, and it was something like they, regardless of what game.
I think I think you cut out on my end again, Rainstorm. I don't know if it's the connection or what.
I honestly don't know. Okay, hold on. When that evil is presented as cool, it is no longer satire. It is just something that looks cool. And in being something that looks cool, it in turn invites people who see the Imperium's ideas about hating things that are different, controlling people through vile doctrines, and its terrifying religious dogma as ideologies that are actually worth supporting, and to feel like they and their awful beliefs have a place in Warhammer's community, regardless of what Games Workshop says.
That's not why people like the Space Marines or indeed the Imperium itself. People like the Imperium itself insofar as they like it because it is like the last vestige of humanity in a far-flung dystopian future. And I don't think anyone is viewing the I don't think anyone is looking at the Imperium as a moral good or a moral evil generally. I think they accept that the entire universe of 40K is just generally out to destroy whatever it can destroy, and the fact that there even is a last vestige of humanity in that is in and of itself a kind of hope. But I don't think anyone is looking to, for example, elect a God Emperor because it worked in 40K or something. But again, I just want to zero in on this point again. If your definition of evil, if whatever definition of evil you're using can include the Imperium of Man, but somehow equates the Imperium of Man as being worse than the Chaos Gods, or the Tyranids, or the Tau, or the Dark Eldar, or anything except possibly the Craftworld Eldar, then you're fucked in the head. Because again, I can accept the statement there are no good factions in 40K, because that appears to be objectively true. I can even accept the arguable statement there are no non-evil factions within a 40K, because that's at least arguably true. But I will not countenance the syllogism that of the factions in the 40K universe, the Imperium is the most evil. That is simply stupid. Because of all of the fates for existence to be, brought under, even if the Imperium never does grow out of its dark age again and give rise to a new golden age, which, if the entire setting wasn't reliant on the dark age continuing, I would be expecting to happen at some point, but the setting requires the dark age to continue happening, so it's going to continue happening. But even assuming that the Imperium is just as bad as they are now and will remain that way until the end of time, their ending for existence is still better than every faction except maybe the Craftworld Eldar. And even then, the only real way for a truly positive ending to happen in the grimdark setting of 40K is if the Craftworld Eldar and the humans finally put their differences aside and join forces. That might be potentially a good ending, or at least a good-ish ending, but if your definition of evil doesn't include every other faction in the 40K universe and only includes the Imperium, then no, you're fucked in the head. Goodbye. And moving on.
Alright. Giant Turtle, it says something about them that they can't have their enemies be cool, powerful, competent, etc. without saying it promotes them, even when they are still cartoonishly evil.
Yeah, they need their enemies to be both evil, one-dimensionally evil, and incompetent. Otherwise, they might convince themselves that the bad guy might have a point. And once they admit to themselves that the bad guy might have a point, I honestly think a certain percentage of these are worried that if we portray the villain as having a point, then I might be convinced of it or something, which is just silly. I do wonder because you do see them like lionizing figures like the Babadook or like Pennywise or the Flag Smashers from Falcon and Winter Soldier, specifically because they're framed as villains, but they're also framed as agreeing with their ideology. which tells me that they think the ideology is actually more important than any like moral, emotional, or ethical standard. And therefore, if a villain came along with them or to them whispering, all the social justice talking points, they would unironically be convinced of it. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah. There's people who blow up at the very existence of a character of a non-master or non-white.
And Brainstormer got nerfed again, and he's back.
I bring up an example, sort of. To be fair, this is with the fan content of Warhammer. Specifically, I'm sure everyone is aware of this if you're a fan of Warhammer 40k. TTS, what if the Emperor had a text-to-speech device?
Yeah.
Kitten, the Captain General, the Adeptus Custodian. It's revealed in that he well, he's a God. Technically, I can't even say he's like African American because there's no way to tell at that point. But he's black, and everyone loves him in the fan communities, I believe. So much to the point when they stopped doing Prova Alpha Busa stopped doing stuff, because of the ban. God damn it! The fuck was that? Lose my fucking train of thought here. They actually transferred that character because it technically was an original character, more or less. Their Hunter the Parenting, which is obviously their take on World of Dark. Is actually really good, and I've been trying to study their lore of World of Darkness. It's insane.
Yeah, World of Darkness lore is a bit out there.
It's fun though.
Yeah, but anyway, back on point. Yeah, but back on point though. No one is making an issue of female representation, quote unquote, within 40k. You have the Sisters of Battle, you have the Sororitas, you have the Sisters of Silence, you have the witch cults, you have Slaaneshi priestesses. What the hell do you need to break the lore just to get female custodies for? The armies of the Imperium are unisex. Both men and women are in the rank and file army of the Imperium. You have female representation in all the places I just mentioned. The only place you don't get them is in the Custodes and the Space Marines. And if I were a feminist, I am not, but if I were to make a feminist argument against why you shouldn't have them, well, in universe, in order to become a Space Marine, you basically have to get body horror tortured until you go insane. So, isn't this protecting women or women's representation to say that they don't have to go through that? Because I can guarantee you that as soon as female custodies or female Space Marines become the norm, you're going to get some feminist argument going, how dare you depict these women as being tortured, grr? That's misogyny. And it will never occur to them that maybe by the in-universe logic of the Imperium, they were actually trying to protect their women by not subjecting them to the body horrific bullshit that is becoming a Space Marine. Because not to break immersion and bring in something from the real world setting again, but in a lot of allegedly misogynistic cultures, a lot of the alleged misogyny that is directed at women is in fact in place to protect them and to instead channel whatever suffering they would have been forced to undergo onto men, because traditional societies very rarely, if ever, care about men in the same sentimental way they care about women. But heaven forfend the Imperium is actually more pro-woman or more progressive than we would want to think it is. We have to turn them into villains because derp reasons. Anyway, moving on.
All right. I still haven't. I haven't gotten around to reading more of it, Giant Turtle, just because I've been kind of busy with some stuff. Really should actually. I really should start reading it again. It was actually really fun. So.
And because it's by the same author, I should also point out that I'm about a fifth of the way through Pact as well. And so far it's actually really good.
It's weird how that. Not gonna lie, I'm making my own faction for 40K that has half of them be female, even for Space Marines. All right.
And that is your homebrew or your headcanon. That's the difference between a real fan and a social justice oriented fan. A real fan is fine with having headcanons or homebrews. A social justice oriented fan insists on it becoming the actual canon because officialdom senpai has to notice me.
All right. Satire without clarity is not effective satire and not an effective defense for someone to claim as they try to push back against a hateful co-option of a universe like Warhammer's. If Games Workshop wants a world where it can mention the existence of a diverse array of characters in its fiction without delving its fan base into arguments and harassment, it can no longer sit back and claim satire as its guiding principle, and instead must actively push back against these bigoted elements and forcefully prove to them that they have no space in its community. To do so, it has to recognize something many people within and without the company have already noticed. Warhammer has changed since its origins, and it will always continue to do so. Defending it from another front line in the endless culture war requires Games Workshop to adapt or face consequences of its own making.
No, that is correct. That is the exact opposite of the correct answer, my dear. What Games Workshop needs to do is realize that there is nothing hateful about the faction that prioritizes in-universe logic and or consistency over moral or socio-political gobbledygook. What Games Workshop needs to do is put the fucking moral ban hammer away and just sell a product that people want to purchase. And what Games Workshop needs to do is realize that the reason people are upset about female Custodes or female Space Marines, because inevitably they are coming, I'm sure, is not because something racism or something immoral or something misogyny. It's because something you cunts violated your own rules and canon, and it shows you have no respect for the setting, and as such you can go fuck yourselves. Because real fans prioritize in-universe logic of the setting over moral or socio-political gobbledygook. And the fact that it has become intellectually fashionable to see art as a means to an end rather than an end in itself does not get you out of this. Because that fashion, that insistence that themes and socio-political or moral gobbledygook matter more than in-universe logic or in-universe three-dimensionality is bunk. And GW, if you ever see this, the correct answer to someone bitching and moaning about female Space Marines is You already have your female representation when and where you need it. You have the Sororitas, you have the Sisters of Silence, you have the Sisters of Battle, you have the witch cults, you have the Slaaneshi priestesses, and fucking on. Not to mention the rank and file Warhammer army that is not genetically modified, i.e., neither Custodes nor Space Marines, is unisex, i.e., both men and women serve in it. Or I guess that would be a co-ed army, but you get what I'm saying. So you have female representation in literally every other aspect you could want of the setting. You just don't have it in Space Marines or Custodes because the lore and the in-universe logic matter more than morality and sociopolitics do. End of discussion. That should be the uncontroversial correct answer. The fact that you are advocating for literally the exact opposite of the correct answer frankly disgusts me and means that you and I are probably enemies. Anyway, moving on.
All right, next article, which is still revolving around this subject. Well, kind of. I'm using the archive version, but it was originally from Games Radar. How to Stop a Teenage Girl from Playing Warhammer by Abigail Shannon. This was published. It says it was published 2 days ago. God damn it. All right. Yeah, 2 days ago. So, a journey with war games and 2 visits to the Warhammer store. Okay. Where do you find these articles, man?
It was in the news cycle. I pay attention to what articles other like geek news sites and shit are covering, and if it's good enough or I think there's enough to be said on it that other people aren't saying, then I yoink it.
Jenna Arts, I really hate the term real fan, as it was just used so much to sour and ruin things while making a full-on gatekeeping ring and circle jerk of a lot of things.
I mean, okay, but the other way to put it is a fan that actually has merit, which is my distinction between a real fan and a hipster, otherwise known as a fake fan. A real fan, as I've outlined, my criteria for this is very simple. They have some focus on passion or expertise for the IP, and that passion or expertise is focused on liking the IP for its own sake or on its own terms, i.e., no external non-diegetic bullshit, no sociopolitical moralizing, no nothing. You care about the setting because it's in-universe worth or in-universe complexities or in-universe qualities, and damn the consequences. That to me is what a real fan is. Someone with a high degree of passion or expertise on a thing, whereupon that passion or expertise is used to buoy up the setting or the IP for its own sake and on its own terms, rather than for a didactic perspective or a sociopolitical or moral one. If you only like the things you like for sociopolitical and moral reasons, that is, in my estimation, the very definition of hipsterific bullshit. It's seeing art as a means to an end rather than an end in itself, and that to me is the main difference between an actual fan and a non-actual fan. An actual fan sees art as an end in itself, not a means to an end. Anyone else is just a hipster wanting to use the authority of the IP or the setting rather than actually bring something to it.
All right. So back to the article. Right, yes. Title-wise, it was How to Stop Teenage Girl from Playing Warhammer, a journey with war games, and 2 visits to the Warhammer store.
Funny, there are
being,
plenty of women who don't get stopped, but whatever.
being a woman who plays Warhammer can suck. This isn't news, of course. Uh, at least a woman playing video games, you can mostly cross enemy lines without a hitch, even if you play online multiplayer. After all, disguising your gender can be as simple as turning off your mic and resisting the deep-seated urge to play a healer. I'm joking, mostly. What?
Okay, okay. On the one hand, good for you for having a sense of humor about gender stereotypes. The gender stereotype in question being that women are more inclined or more qualified to be healers. But secondly, you do know that every kind of nerd gets lambasted at some point, right? Like this is not some gender specific thing you're going through. Literally every nerd in history has gotten harassed either from within their community or from without it because the things we like, and I say we because yes, I feel like I can speak for nerds on this point. The things we like at the very least start out as niche. And even if they aren't niche anymore, or even if they are like something mass market oriented, the degree to which we like them, the degree to which we focus on passion and expertise is uncommon enough that it in and of itself is likely to get you mocked. The fact that you care, for example, about the 80 plus year history of a comic book character or a video game franchise or a game system or a a subgenre of novel or whatever like name anything you can be a nerd on and you will get shit tested. You will get rite of passage at some point in it, and you will also get harassed by people who are too normy to respect and understand your expertises and passion. Trust me, this is a geekdom universal thing. If if you like something and someone else finds the way you like it too obsessive or too autistic or too pedantic or too whatever, you're going to get shit for it. And the universal credo of all nerddom should be, you know what? No, I'm not wrong for being overly obsessive about this. You're wrong for missing all the great shit about this thing and why you should obsess over it. That to me is the healthy response to that kind of backlash. It's like, no, I'm not wrong for obsessing over about it. You're wrong for not obsessing about it because you're missing out on so many wonderful things. But you see your geekdom shit testing, my dear, as gendered. It isn't, because literally every nerd throughout human history has always been shit tested either by their fellow nerds in a show us your stripes, show us the make of your metal type shit testing, or by people who are not nerds who don't understand how nerddom works or don't wish to. It's just one of those things. I suggest wearing it as a badge of pride and not as a badge of shame, but that's just me.
Sometimes it is gatekeeping, including dumb things like unironic no girls allowed. But sometimes it's just them wanting to talk about a thing and they see it as gatekeeping because they are tourists, so can't or don't want to talk about it.
Well, unfortunately, especially in the modern era, a lot of things that used to be primarily niche or primarily nerdy are being co-opted by hipsters. And I already gave my description of the differences between a geek or a nerd and a hipster. And when your hobby gets beset by hordes of hipsters, you have two options. Either fold and realize that a lot of things that probably do matter quite a great deal to you are going to not be focused on anymore, or you're going to be shamed for it, or you can gatekeep and maintain some kind of level of meritocracy about the subject. Generally speaking, it's a better idea to gatekeep even if you wind up with a false negative sometimes, because the alternative is usually letting someone more extroverted and popular than you reshape your hobby, your interest, or your IP, and that never ends well for anyone. Especially not when the art is only ever a means to an end and can never be an end in itself. People show up. Anyway, moving on.
Okay. Playing in person often a prerequisite for war games, and the best tabletop RPGs can throw a real spanner in the works. What you share of yourself is no longer your gaming tag or your avatar, it's your face, your body, your voice. Each an element carrying with it its very own cultural baggage. The fuck?
Again, my dear, stop internalizing your geek shit testing as a gendered issue. It's not. Literally everyone who has ever hashtag shown skin on a video chat has had at least some derision spoiled their way. That's why, for example, the phenomena of doxing is considered so heinous. It's because it's kind of a invasion of privacy, and if you open yourself up to that kind of invasion of privacy, I'm afraid you don't then get to play the victim when you yourself do it. But here's the thing: everyone gets it. Every person in a geek space or a nerd space or a fandom space will get shit tested by other nerds, if for no other reason than to see if you can take it. Because the degree to which you handle the shit testing is also the degree to which we will then respect you. If you handle the shit testing well, you will gain respect thereby. If you do not handle the shit testing well, then you will be mocked accordingly. But this happens with literally everyone and is not a gendered phenomenon. The fact that you can see a ordinary level, it sounds like, of geek shit testing as a gendered issue means you prioritize your gender over your geekdom or your nerddom, which is the wrong mindset to have when you enter a nerd space, and is exactly why this kind of gatekeeping exists. If you think your gender is more important than your status as a nerd or a geek or a fan or whatever, then you are A, wrong, and B, likely to be straight up told that as and when you start flashing gender signs in a fandom space. Because fandom spaces are for fandom or geekdom or nerddom. We don't care about your gender, your race, or your whatever the fuck else. In a geek space, we care about your geek credentials. And that goes for pretty much everyone. That's why the word noob is said with such derision, because the lowest thing on the totem pole you can usually be is a noob. The only thing lower than that, as Dragon Troll pointed out earlier, is a tourist, and the reason why the word tourist exists in this context is because so many normies do come in, seeing art not as an end in itself, but as a means to an end, and will thereby ruin it.
Right.
Usually deliberately.
Moving on.
Yeah.
When you pick tabletop games, you're often looking for a little more than just someone to play with. You're looking for a community. As the heated discourse around the place of women in Warhammer 40k's canon surges on, it's a stinging reminder that finding that community is not always so easy if you're not a dude. As a 15-year-old girl with a voracious desire to play TTRPGs and a friend group who couldn't be less interested in the idea, I struggled to organically tap into the tabletop hobby. My first contact with war games happened on the suggestion of a teacher of mine. Apparently, her son, a fellow D&D nerd, wandered into the Warhammer store after the Age of Sigmar launch drew in him like a moth to a fantasy flame.
Noob.
Cue the friendly sales assistants initiating him into the wonderful worlds of Warhammer. Yes, please, I'll have what he's having. Once I convinced my best friend to stray from our usual Saturday routine of drinking bubble tea and buying Tat at Forbidden Planet, the plan was in motion. I was going to the Warhammer store. Unfortunately, I didn't exactly receive the same warm reception.
Okay, I'm gonna have to say the unfortunate quiet part out loud. It does unfortunately sound like you're a popular bitch who just now learned about this geekdom thing and thought she would try it on, which might have been a certain way to to the reaction that you got. But also, if your friends aren't interested in TTRPGs, either find friends that are cool enough to be okay with you being into things they're not into, or get better friends. Just full stop. If if they're the kind of friends who not only are not into the things you don't like, but are willing to shame you for being into them, then yeah, no, fuck them. Kick them to the curb. You need better friends. But also, it does sound a little bit like you're a bit of a latecomer, because Age of Sigmar didn't launch all that long ago. So if you're, even if I take every part of your story as read, it sounds like you may have been a hipster chick falling in the line of another hipster, which again, the main differences between hipsters and nerds are, as I have already explained, and that's why you might be more susceptible to gatekeeping than someone who's been a nerd for a jolly long time and acts like it. Because unfortunately, there are far too many cheerleaders in the modern age who did decide 5 minutes ago that they were willing to give geekdom a try, and then the second they try it, they realize they don't like it, and then they don't just, go away and find something else to do. They start shaming the IP because the fact that they don't like it is apparently a reason to criticize not themselves but the IP, I guess. Just throwing that out there. Moving on.
Warhammer Store, Dublin, 2015. Jesus, that's both not too long ago, but also feels like a fucking like.
Yeah, no, it was quite. Yeah, it's quite a while ago as like far as history is concerned.
I was in high school at that time.
Before the coup, before Trump, before even like 4 years before you and I met, even. So yeah.
Fucking hell. Technically speaking, your money is worth the same no matter where you shop, although if you really pay attention, you'll start to notice that your presence is valued a little differently everywhere you go. Those women's clothing stores that stock cheap crop tops, hell yeah, 15-year-old girls are the gold standard there.
Because they're the customer base there, my dear. That's how that works. At least it should be how it works. It's not how it works now, because apparently toxic fandom is a thing, according to the people who shun their own fans. Right. But yeah.
These were the places where the sales assistants shot us easy smiles and called us pet names.
Yes, because you're a teenage girl, and teenage girls are the primary audience for clothing stores.
Yeah.
Do you see the difference? You're going to be treated slightly differently in a space where it's not that women aren't welcome, it's that women are uncommon. And the kinds of women who wind up fitting in with the other people there are also themselves uncommon. And especially if, as you've described here, you kind of came off as a little bit of a cheerleadering hipsterella, there might have been some animosity there because, unfortunately, the more popular something becomes, the more likely it is to eventually appeal to normies, who, some of whom, are actually latent nerds and will get on board with the hobby as read. Others of whom, however, will see the hobby as nothing but a means to an end or a fad, and insist on changing a bunch of shit. And or changing the dynamics of the space where they can be involved in that shit, and thereby ruin the setting, both of the IP and of the space where one engages with the IP. And especially in 2015, when the I love the science style geekdom was probably at its peak, all things considered, where Big Bang Theory was the most popular show on television, etc. People were probably a little bit leery of this kind of shit, especially because there are factors within the geek space or coming from without of the geek space that actually do want to treat it like a means to an end or some kind of demographic that they can slot into the progressive stack somewhere. And therein lies the problem. I'm not saying that that necessarily includes you, but the fact that you referred, for example, earlier to a friend group or a gaming space not as one of those things, but as a community, that strikes me that you might be one of those upper middle class cheerleader type hipsterellas who probably aren't exactly good for the IP. Moving on.
I don't really think Noob and Cat aren't the change to care.
You're breaking up again, Brainstormer. Okay, I see the comment he was trying to read. No, there is a hierarchy here. I do support the idea of noob and casual being on mostly the bottom rung, because again, the thing we should reward in geek spaces is passion and expertise. And as you grow in passion and expertise, your geek cred will balloon thereby. But until you've proven yourself, until you've gone through the various rites of passage and shown that you have geek street cred, yeah, you are going to be looked down on accordingly, at least for the time it takes you to get to hashtag, the gamer's credo, get good scrub. Again, the rite of passage is, as ever, the gamer's credo, get good scrub. That's why that phrase exists and why it constantly gets used. It's because that is the that is the rite of passage for every fledgling geek. You don't know enough to get respected in your fandom. Learn more, get better, get more passionate, etc. And get good scrub, and then you will be respected. Well, unfortunately, because of the nature of trollish senses of humor, the shitting on is a way of incentivizing someone to get good scrub. Like that's how you wheedle someone into getting better when they're a noob or a casual. Unfortunately, that is actually how that tends to work, DT. Yes, that is a paradigm that is transferable. Um, if you're no good, you either need to get good, or you need to find something else to do. And usually, people will respect your attempts to get better at things. But for the duration whereby you are still a noob, you're going to get shat on. That's why we have leveling systems in such things. Doesn't mean no one is going to help you get better, or no one is going to respect your attempts to get better. But if you show up as a noob and you make no attempt to get better, then yeah, you're going to get shat on until you get better. Them's the rules. Again, the difference is no one is actually legitimately serious when they say fuck off or kill yourself. They actually are using it as a means to encourage you to get better. The purpose of being abrasive to a noob is to see how they can take it. If they can't take it, then it probably is best for them to leave. But if they respond with fuck off, cunt, I'm not going anywhere. I'm here to get better, then that person will earn respect. And then their noob status will slowly fade into non-relevance. And the person with the most respect does actually tend to be the person with the longest standing fandom, and or the most expert fandom, and or the most passionate fandom. This is how the hierarchy works.
Okay, I'm back. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Internet was being a total fucking asshole. Alright. I'm not gonna lie, I was about ready to put my fist through my computer.
Yeah, it happens.
Give me a sec to pull it up.
Again, I think you're being a little bit down on humanity there, DT. You're very cynical, lowest common denominator definition of humanity might be nerfing you there.
Okay. Alright. There we go. Present.
I very much doubt that it kills franchises more than the literal subversion thereof. So I'm gonna have to see some actual numbers on that one. If I'm gonna believe that meritocracy and shit testing is anywhere near as dangerous to fandom as subversion, infiltration, and undoing of them, then I'm gonna need data on that.
Alright. Alright. Moving on?
Yeah.
Alright. At least at this particular Warhammer store, things were very different. The employee there floated stiffly behind my friend and I as we inspected the boxes of minis and tiny pots of paints. He never engaged us as he did with other customers, he just watched accusingly. It took me a good while before I built up the courage to start asking questions about what was on the shelves. Those aliens, do you just paint them? Do you have to pick those exact colors? Oh, that's cool. What do you do after that?
Okay, that might be a little bit of your fault for coming out with kind of obvious, stupid questions. First, and also, did it ever occur to you that he might have been skeptical because and or not as openly having a rapport with you because the people he had a rapport with were his longtime customers, people he had already established that rapport with? Like you can't expect to be treated like a member of the family on your first visit, guy or my lady. Like seriously, you have to. If you, as you say, want a community, you have to expend some effort in community building.
Sorry. Okay. He indulged my first questions with a cold yes slash no before breaking the pattern with a sharp sigh. If you don't know what you're looking for, then why are you here? Oh God, my cheeks went hot. That wasn't a question. This wasn't a question. This was a poorly concealed request for us both to piss off.
That's what happens to everyone their first visit to such a thing. Like again, stop making a thing that happens to everyone gendered, please. It is not gendered. Like again, you started out asking probably the most basic of all basic bitch questions, which he did answer, and then he probably sat there and realized, okay, I'm probably gonna have to sit here for 2 hours explaining everything to this person, or they can go and buy a book on the subject first, and then when they have one, come back and we'll do this differently. Like that to me is not a sign of misogyny. That's a sign of, oh dear God, this person knows literally nothing, and I don't have the 2 hours necessary to sit here and fill them in on all the various minutiae they need to know to even get started. So, damn. And again, yes, the fact that you are girls might be somewhat related because the, girls are a minority within geek spaces. It, sad but true. The kinds of women who vibe with geek shit are rare. So it is a little bit more uncommon than it otherwise would be. Just like if the token gay friend, the token gay male friend, went into one of the female clothing stores, he would probably get quite a few side eyes too, because in both of these cases, the shop owner is probably looking for his target audience, and outliers of that target audience are going to get a little bit side eye. Doesn't mean you couldn't prove yourself, or at the very least, answer his question. He asked you, "Why are you here?" Had you said, "I'm looking to learn more, please tell me," he probably would have respected that and done so. But instead of that, you had a paranoid episode and freaked out about it.
All right. Uh, so, Gentle asked the question: is this more of this Henry Cavill is too hot to be a nerd BS?
I mean, it's probably related in some sense. And like, I'm not discriminating against Henry. I gave him the title of fanboy because it seems to be the one that fits him best. He he doesn't, like, there are different categories. Like there's a difference between a geek and a nerd, or a dweeb and a nerd, and so on. Like I gave him the title of fanboy because it fits him best. He's not a nerd because it doesn't fit him. And there's nothing wrong with being a fanboy, but I believe in accurate fucking labeling.
All right. Okay. So moving on. It's hard to know why he turned on us like this. Was he a virulent, sexist. Was it some kind of revenge of the nerd style lashing out against women that had disparaged his hobby in the past? Was he just having a bad day? I'll admit I can't know for sure.
Probably the latter two might be more explicable. I don't think it was sexism. I think it was just a slightly more pronounced version of the same kind of shit testing that all newbie nerds get at things. Which is why it's usually helpful to have a friend who is already interested in the hobby, to kind of moderate things in these circumstances. Like it is a little bit odd for someone to just come in off the street and without any previously established googling or something. And that's the other thing. In today's day and age, and even back in 2015, Google can give you at least a surface level, or Wikipedia can give you at least a surface level understanding of just about everything. If you come into a Warhammer store asking, are those aliens, or what colors are we allowed to paint them, that is the kind of basic bitch question that probably could have and should have been Googled before you came to the shop. Like it's sort of like going into a comic book store and asking the question, what even is a superhero? On some level, there are questions so obvious that you probably should have at least a surface level understanding of them before even coming into the thing.
Dawn, are you talking like it is a club and you need a friend to vouch for you?
No, but it can moderate situations like this where you're coming in off the street and literally not even the most basic information, and then you sit there and ask the proprietor a bunch of questions which are probably more aptly asked to Google or Wikipedia first. It's one of the like imagine walking into a gun store and not knowing what gunpowder was. You'd probably get the same looks, because some things should at least be some level of common knowledge and or are within types distance of Googling. Because like you don't walk in off the street to a gun store and immediately go, I want a gun randomly for no good reason. If you walk into a gun store, there's at least some implication that you probably know you want a gun to begin with, or at least how guns work enough to, want to have one.
Someone, Drentrell, if someone goes into a cake shop and asks what is angel cake, should the baker kick them out for not having researched it?
No, but if someone goes into a cake asking what even is a cake, that would be a bit of a stupid question. You see, like, some things are either inductively reasonable to figure out for yourself, or a Google search away from figuring out.
All right. Moving on.
Mm-hmm.
All I know is that it was a familiar antagonism. It was antagonism I had felt before from especially bristly GameStop employees, from customers at my retail job who would look right past me and seek tech advice from my male coworkers, from rock fans who'd ask me to name songs from the band whose t-shirt I was wearing. It was the feeling of being subjected to gatekeeping.
Again, everyone is, and on some level probably should be, subject to some standard of gatekeeping. And I'm sorry, dear, but you are going to have to deal with the fact that if you have geeky interests, you are sort of an atypical sort of person to have them. That doesn't mean that you're not welcome. In fact, if it were me, I would, make a bigger show of, knowing more than your male interlocutors do. That's how I would, flash my gang signs of geek cred if I were you. Like, if people are going to be surprised when you demonstrate geek knowledge, You should be all the more overt about demonstrating geek knowledge until it's no longer seen as odd for you to have it. But if you are the kind of person who can be socially shut down at the drop of not even something someone says, but the implication of something someone says, then you have two options. Thicken your skin to some degree, or like pursue your interests solitarily, or find another interest if you're not that into. Because here's the thing: people who have genuine interest in things are not easily dissuaded from them by someone's social faux pas. Like the typical geek response of someone being a dick to you about something like this is to give them the finger and tell them to go fuck themselves in return for when they do. And very often, not always, but very often, if you're willing to engage in that kind of bants with someone, that in and of itself is a passing of a kind of shit test. Because you know, nobody likes the wet blanket who is going to cry about every itch under their elbow about this shit. Can you handle the bants? If not, then you might be better off doing it solo or finding another place to be. It's either that or, well, we need to regulate everything so that no one can ever be offended by anything. The fact that you were so easily dissuaded from this tells me that maybe you weren't all that passionate about it to begin with, or hell, even if you were more socially awkward or whatever, which is possible, walk out, find another shop. There are other shops that have other proprietors. And if you really want to get into something, for example, using my gun example from earlier, if you get condescended to more than you would prefer in a gun store, walk out and find a gun store that will have you gladly. Or go home and do more research on guns, and then go back the next day and show the asshole what you've learned, and tell them to go fuck themselves. There are ways to handle this that would have netted you more respect, and probably the way you did react confirms to them that you weren't all that interested to begin with.
Okay. Giant Turtle brings up some interesting stuff. Gatekeeping should be reserved for bad actors or people who have no actual interest in the thing, which, if the story is actually true, she might have, though probably made up because modern journalist, I assume. And Dalton, are you one of those people who, when you're in a relationship, you test the other person's loyalty / commitment? Have I missed some friendship test when you tried to shake me off or something?
I mean, it depends on the type of relationship and the duration. Like, I might get a little cagey if someone ghosts me after 3 days of talking to me and we haven't really established much more rapport than that. But or if it is a romantic relationship, I am going to have higher standards for that relationship because of the romantic element of it. But it sort of depends on what you mean. There's always a kind of social give and take in certain circumstances, but especially in one that is a uniting around a fandom, a geekdom, a hobby. Because again, as you put it, the bad actors and the hipsterellas are going to make their inroads in the more popular something becomes. And we've seen what happens when those people are left to their own devices, or even able to alienate out the true fans. It's not a good ending. So I'm not gonna sit here and apologize for wanting to hold everyone to the same standard, a standard that has existed far longer than I've even been fucking alive, when this person in particular is trying to make it a gendered issue. It's not a gendered issue. This is the kind of shit testing that every geek space has to one degree or another. And again, if she really wanted to know more about, Warhammer, she would have just walked out, found another store, or got some shit online, because again, this is 2015 we're talking about. It's not as, everything online as today is, but it was certainly online everything enough that if she really wanted to engage in the hobby without the like social component or the community component, as she puts it, get some shit off websites.
All right.
And even
Moving on.
and now, especially with 3D printers going burr as they do, like your options are get good scrub or tell them to fuck off and do shit yourself.
Yeah. All right. His words carried with them a belief that not only did I not know what I was talking about, but I was also not welcome to learn. So of course I took this as my cue to leave. Thankfully, this isn't a universal experience, and I'm not sure it's part of Game Workshop's staff training to scare girls off playing war games.
You already posited two alternate explanations that make far more sense than misogynies. Namely, maybe he had people coming in poo-pooing his stock before, or maybe he was just having a bad day. In any case, your implication that just because he was rude to you at first, that means he doesn't want you to learn, is a false one. There's an implicit nature to what you're thinking that worries me about this, because you had a bad experience with one dude and you seem to now want to make it a moral crusade against all dudes who have ever done wrong ever.
Done. I don't mean to cut you off, but it is 11 and we got 2 more things still to talk about.
This is true.
Yeah. Still, interactions like this, however rare they be, can be enough to make newbies feel unwelcome and even unsafe with those who they're hoping to share the space with. Hell, it can even scare them off the hobby completely. I passed that Warhammer store many times in the years following my first poorly received visit. I did not go back in. And Warhammer store...
Sorry.
Well, no, that was, that was the end of that part there, so...
Okay. And see, here's the problem, my dear. You are making how you are choosing to react to this the fault of the person who you are reacting to. That's why I'm reading you such the riot act here, because just because someone was a dick to you doesn't mean that you have to immediately fold. You could have found another store, you could have ordered shit offline, you could have found another group, you could have, like, there are so many options, all of which would have netted you some respect. Nevertheless, the just telling the guy to fuck off option exists, which probably would have netted you probably the most respect. But that's neither here nor there. Like, you are choosing to react in a way, and then you are blaming the guy for how you chose to react to him. Never mind all the other options that existed for you, up to and including just telling the guy to go fuck himself and carrying on as normal. Like, I can't. There's only so much sympathy I can spoil in your direction because you didn't stick to it. You didn't persevere. You didn't stay through. And that is at least one of the first hurdles of being a nerd, because let's face it, throughout all of history and even still now, you will get shit on for the things you like. You will have to prove, you will have to prioritize some. You will have to effectively say to yourself at some point, these hobbies, these interests, these things I'm into are more important to me than the fact that I will occasionally have to deal with assholes. And if you can't do that, yes, there is a bit of a problem, because no matter how normalized geek hobbies get, there will always be some asshole normie who is going to find your obsessive love of what so the fuck ever you choose to love autistic. And the correct answer will always be, I don't give a fuck what you think, I'm going to do my own thing. And that's the correct answer. And the fact that you didn't give that answer or even contemplate giving anything like that answer is at least a little bit of a problem. Them's the rules. I didn't make them, but them is the rules. Like, moving on.
All right. Warhammer Store, Bristol, 2023. It was one immigration almost a decade later before I found myself in a Warhammer store again. It was one of many stores my boyfriend and I had planned to pop into on a leisurely trip in Bristol. But I had evolved as an adult. I had learned a little more about how to get in spaces I felt I didn't belong in. The plan was to hide behind my boyfriend, play the role of the bored but supportive girlfriend, and learn by osmosis through what the employees would tell him. It was just safer this way, I thought. That's a dumbass idea.
See, that's you being paranoid. That again, I realize I'm apparently coming off like the asshole, but in this instance, I'm going to be content being the asshole because I feel like I'm right. Some of this is your fault because you didn't have the stuff in you to find a way around people being dicks or to tell the people being dicks to go fuck themselves. Either of which would have netted you at least some respect from someone. It seems like this person is the type of person who talks themselves out of a social interaction before they've even done it. And there's a certain level of sympathy I can have for that because every introvert goes through that at some point. But one of the strengths of geekdom is it allows us to make a social hierarchy of other socially awkward introverted people and thereby like learn to have those sorts of fuck you, I'm gonna do what I want skills. And while again there's some sympathy for that I can have, the proud geek in me is just like, why didn't you tell him to go fuck himself and carry on as normal? He probably would have respected you for it. Like, because that's my experience of these kind of situations. People will harass you for whatever reason they can until you make it clear that you do not respect their harassment and do not give a fuck. Then usually the ones that are worth talking to will be worth talking to, and the ones who aren't worth talking to will probably be mocked by the people who are worth talking to. And on goes the cycle. Like, there is a certain level whereby I'm just like, I feel bad for you, really I do, but at some point you should have grown a backbone. Moving on.
Right. Okay. While I didn't anticipate happening was the sales assistant reaching out to me and asking about my experience with Warhammer. I told him was a total begin. I told him I, okay, spelling error there. I told him was a total beginner and sheepishly downplayed my interest in getting started. I didn't really fancy getting shot down again. However, not only did he enthusiastically answer questions I posed to him, he started delivering advice apropos. Thank you.
It means appropriate. They just didn't use the colloquial word because they wanted to sound fancy.
Yeah. Of nothing, recommending books and starter kits and opening the door for me to find out more about the hobby and the people who enjoyed it. Once I was talked into painting my first mini, the support only deepened. He started guiding me through rudimentary techniques for creating texture and feeding me cool chunks of lore surrounding the army my tiny plastic man was supposed to be a part of. By the time I looked up from my beautifully battle-ready mini and checked the time, I realized I had been there for 3.5 hours.
Of course, okay, now see. Now see. Let me.
Hold on. There's one more sentence. Of course, I wound up spending a frankly shameful amount of money before I left too.
Well, I mean, geek hobbies are also quite expensive. This is also not news, and the way GW prices things is a whole other kettle of fishes. But that's neither here nor there. Two things I want to point out to you. You didn't get shot down, my dear. All the guy asked and like I said, I'm going by your retelling. I'm assuming that some version of the events that you're retelling did happen. But even in your retelling, all the guy said was, if you don't know what you're looking for, why are you here? And he might have said it in a snide or bitchy tone or whatever, but that's like, you could have resolved a lot of this by just having a decent answer to the question. Or and this leads into point number 2 that I wanted to point out. Imagine how much time you could have saved if you walked straight out of the asshole proprietor's store and walked straight into the next store you were talking about. Like, you didn't have to take that several year gap you chose to make. You chose to make that because you assumed, as Dragon Turtle points out, that assuming this happened, you had one bad experience and then went, well, I had one bad experience, so everything relating to this must be bad. Which, one, is a terrible rationale for doing anything, and two, shows me that you're probably not all that committed to or at least at that point, you weren't actually all that committed to getting into the hobby. Because again, the correct answer when you're really committed to getting into the hobby is, fuck you, you asshole. I deserve to be here just as much as everyone else does. Now show me the books I need to figure out this shit, or something to that effect. Or more likely, just fuck you, asshole. Leave. Go to the next store. Continue unabated. Like, there is a certain level of stick to itiveness that you do have to have in such things. And the fact that you apparently didn't demonstrate any stick-to-itiveness tells me that you probably weren't all that passionate about it to begin with, which is sad and kind of your own fault. Moving on.
All right. Last part. Image of my first ever Warhammer miniature. Not exactly Golden Demon standard, but go easy on me. I mean, it doesn't look too bad. I mean, I don't paint miniatures myself, but
I'm not gonna criticize the painting of miniatures because that's not a skill that I could have because of the cerebral palsy anyway. So I'm not gonna criticize the painting of the miniature. I am gonna criticize the however many year gap that it was, because if you actually cared, you would have just planted your feet and carried on, and you certainly would have gotten more respect from me if that were the case.
I'm grateful that things turned out differently, yet I can't help thinking of my 15-year-old self and the opportunity she was denied to join a hobby that she had the potential to love. I think of my 7-year-old sister, and I wonder if she'd be interested in me taking her to the Warhammer store. I wonder what her experience would be like. I know that particularly for those who don't fit the archetype of a Warhammer player, that the first impression is crucial for establishing a feeling of belonging.
Yes, and that's probably why the guy was at least a little bit of a dick to you, because you didn't make a good first impression. Now, does that mean he was right? Fuck no. And you should have told him to go fuck himself, as is the get good scrub way. But aside from that, literally everyone gets wheedled and shit tested and queried about what they know or how passionate they are about something when they enter a geek space. No matter how archetypically nerdy someone is, they're still going to get put through their paces, expertise or passion wise. And a certain level of that is actually a good thing. That's why I'm willing to be kind of the asshole in this circumstance, because is it occasionally harsh? Sure, but it's also usually also a good thing. And given that geekdom or nerddom or fandom in general is by its very nature sort of perpetually under siege, you do have to get those sharp claws out or that thick skin out very, very early. Otherwise, you're not going to last very long. And on some level, being at least a little bit abrasive to you to start off with, especially if you're new to anything fandom or geekdom related, is of benefit to you because it does teach you, okay, how much do I care about this thing? And am I willing to put up with the necessary abuse so that I can be into this thing? If the answer is no, then you need to spend some time getting good solitarily, like, looking up information online and shit, or you need to or you need to grow that thick skin and get those sharp claws and plant your flag and not be moved. That's the best way to go through it. It's just fuck you, I'm not putting up with this bullshit. I'm going to be here. I'm going to learn. I'm going to get good scrub, and if you don't like it, you can kiss my ass. That is the correct answer.
Giant Troll, but don't get good. You aren't a real fan if you aren't a bad painter.
I mean, when it comes to Warhammer, maybe a little bit. Yeah, fine. But yeah.
I mean, to be
I'm
fair,
honestly more interested in.
No.
I'm honestly more interested in the setting than I am in actually getting the miniatures. Not least of which because the miniatures are stupidly expensive.
Right. But to be fair, there are like those spray paint guns,
There are, and other like painting tools to use.
To be fully honest, those kind of things I feel like fit you more because you kind of are more of a pretentious jackass, and those feel like tools of a pretentious jackass. No offense.
None taken. It is entirely accurate, and if you have a problem with it, you can kiss my ass. And there is where I am, of course, modeling the attitude that this bitch should have had, but didn't.
All right, so that was the end of the article there. And now we are still going to torture ourselves, even though this technically has already come out, and Dawn has already seen it.
Well, 3 episodes of it. I have seen 3 episodes of it.
Yeah. We are going to be looking at the official trailer for Velma Season 2, because yes, some motherfucker thought it was a good idea to renew this shit show.
And I just want to point something out. Firefly, 1 season. Constantine, half of a season. Pushing Daisies, less than a full season. 666 Park Avenue, I don't think even made it to episode 3 in terms of airing. Batwoman, however, 5 seasons, and now Velma.
Wait, it got 5 seasons? I thought it only got like 3 or 4.
Apparently, according to real Dr. Venkman, who watched the entire thing with Professor Pixel on the Geeky Puppet Show channel, apparently there were 5 seasons.
Oh my god.
Also, Star Trek Discovery got somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 or 5 seasons as well. And like I could go on with more examples, but yes.
All right.
So many good shows died before they even got their full season run. This show has 2 seasons. Cosmic Justice, fucking where?
I feel like there's another cartoon that could have gotten more seasons than Velma, but didn't. I'm trying to run my.
How many seasons did 2011 Thundercats get?
1.
There you go.
And yet it's had more interesting stuff in it.
The same thing happened, I think, too, with the 2002 He-Man show.
Although there is came out like I think it was a few years ago, like 2021 maybe. There was a CGI anime. It's clearly a kids show, but it's actually really well made. Like it came out at the same time He-Man and the Master of the Universe Revelations came out, and it was far better.
Mm.
It did change up the formula and stuff of things of
Mhm.
He-Man, but it was still really entertaining and interesting to watch.
Yeah,
Generator Rex, thank you, Giant Turtle. There's something.
yeah. It also only got one season, so
No, it didn't.
nerds.
No, it got it. No, it got a few seasons. I think it got rushed though, right, Giant Turtle? It does say it needed more seasons, but it did have an ending.
Well, at least it got multiple seasons though, so
Yeah.
it's not quite in the
Secret
category of
Saturdays.
sucked that is.
Well, no, I mean, again, I I think to kind of give it a more concise factor of this, one that a show that has had so much potential and was loved, but didn't get a chance to end properly. Like Generator Rex and Secret Saturdays, I think were given the opportunity to.
They had endings
Yeah,
that were at least substantive.
yeah.
Um,
So
Unnatural History only got one season. Tower Prep only got one season. I think Destroy Build Destroy only got one season, although it might have had two.
all right, Rush to Hell at the end. That's fair, but
Uh, Life Life and Times of Juniper Lee, that was another good show that only got one season.
really,
I think so.
I
Did it get more than one? I thought it only got one.
I'm not sure, huh? But I'm trying to think of a more modern one that could have came out at the same time Velma did that hasn't been renewed. I mean, there's a lot of stuff on Netflix, but nothing comes to mind that. Mostly it's live
Um,
action stuff. I'm trying to think of a person.
Did Blood of Zeus get a season two?
Yeah, it just got announced for season 2 this year.
Okay. What about Tresse? Does that have a season two yet?
Uh, I'm not sure.
I don't think so. So unless a recent announcement has changed things, yeah, Tresse so far only has one season, and yet Velma got two.
Anyway, yes, we're going to torture ourselves by watching this, and y'all get to suffer with us because it's a
Yes,
group effort around here.
I will go and I will go and reconnect because it's giving me the infinite buffer symbol.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, what the fuck? Okay, are we good now? I don't know why it's doing that. Can you hear me? Okay. Are we good? Apparently technical difficulties are a thing. I'm willing to bet Brainstormer's computer is to blame, because this seems to have been happening a lot more recently, or more often more recently. Okay, good. I am heard. It's just not. I'm not apparently being heard by Brainstormer, where I wasn't. Okay, and now we wait for Brainstormer to reboot his computer again.
I'm back.
There he is.
As soon as you came back, everything just froze.
Yeah, apparently, because like I got kicked like several times in the interim. Okay, but back on schedule.
Okay. Velma season 2 first trailer. Nope, motherfucker.
Donna Dinkley, and I caught my first serial killer. Did the experience change me? Yes. Being popular doesn't suck. Unfortunately,
Sorry, I don't.
No, you're fine.
God damn it! I hate. I fucking hate shit, man. I don't know why shit is going so fucking wrong.
I think you need a new computer, either a new computer or a new modem.
I'm just having fucking bad luck for some fucking reason.
That's also plausible.
Alright, yeah. So, Velma Season 2 trailer, first trailer. It's only a minute and 30, so depending on how much we talk, we only have to suffer it for 30 minutes.
And afterwards, I will tell you guys about what I've watched so far of season 3 or 2. If this gets to season 3, I might actually vomit.
Alright, and everyone can hear it, right? Like when it was playing.
Yes.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I remembered to share the audio. So.
Yep.
Also,
It was
I technically cannot swap computers because I'll be fully honest, I forgot the StreamYard account, like sign in stuff.
Well, bugger. That is a
So
bugger.
so I'm kind of permanently signed into this computer only.
Is it in your email somewhere?
I mean, it's tied to my email, so maybe I could reset the password or something.
Change password or something, but yeah.
Yeah. But I'm probably not going to do that for a while, if anything.
Yeah. But in any case, Jinkies?
No, Scooby Snacks.
Scooby Snacks.
How did you seriously forget?
Forget what?
That there's something related to Scooby with food?
No, I didn't. I just, because Jinkies was more heavily associated with Velma specifically, is what I was thinking.
Fair enough, but it's just, usually when we do the banana thing, we always try to find something that is close to food, so.
This is true. So yeah, Scooby Snacks.
I don't know. I feel like I should grab a drink. I mean, I got water with me, but I don't feel like that's strong enough.
Don't let Velma turn you into an alcoholic. If you're going to become an alcoholic, be an alcoholic over something good.
That's not how alcoholism works. Most alcoholics do it to forget their pain, like drink to forget their pain.
This is true.
So,
But still, don't let Velma be the thing that breaks you. You deserve better. Make them work for it.
all right. Yeah. Scooby Snacks.
Scooby Snacks.
My name is Velma Dinkley, and I caught my first serial killer. Did the experience change me? Yes. Being popular doesn't suck. Unfortunately, it has taught me nothing about teen romance.
You told Norval you loved him.
Do you really want to have a deep conversation about our feelings right now?
Yes.
Velma, you might have to check the popularity math on that one because I feel like that was a meta joke targeted at the audience, and you might really have to rethink your math on that one, Velma. Well, I guess because for the record, this version of Velma is not Velma. Like every other version of Velma except this one has more of a claim to the name than this Velma. So it kind of feels shameful to even associate her with the other Velmas.
Wait, what?
But yeah. Huh?
No, so, Jonah says, you do know that Velma was split into 2 seasons since it was 24 episodes, but they slipped to get 2. They split to get 2.
Okay, well that's good. I figured that's what happened because usually when shows like this happen, they do wind up with 2 seasons. But because very often they'll greenlight 2, if nothing else. But yeah, that's why I say if this gets a season 3, I might actually throw up.
But what bothers me with that sentence is that it had 24 fucking episodes. Someone made 24 fucking episodes for this thing.
Yes. Which back in the day would have been 1 full season, but in today's day and age is too.
You're never gonna let that go, are you?
No, because it pisses me off. What the fuck happened to long form storytelling? You shouldn't tell a story that can be told in like 4 episodes.
And yet a 4-hour movie is fine.
Well, because it's a different medium. But on television, if you're gonna tell a story, either make a straight up mini series, which is like 3 or 4 episodes, or give it a full season, which means full season's worth of story in it. Which by the way, and I'm gonna mention this specifically because Dragon Prince doesn't mean filler until the end of one character arc. One season should have multiple character arcs or story arcs in it. You can't just you can't just rotate your seasons around a single like arc. That's stupid. Anyway, Scooby Snacks.
I did want to say it doesn't really seem like anything's changed from the animation to the characterization.
When I first watched this, I thought it looked slightly better, and then I watched the first 3 episodes of season 2, and narrator, I was wrong.
Yeah, I agree with Dragon Turtle. While I prefer longer stories, short ones can still deserve to exist.
Right, but it bothers me that like 8 to 10 episodes is the standard now, whereas before it was like 22 to 30 thereabouts.
To be fair, they did put a lot of filler in there, and don't get me wrong, I don't mind filler when it's done well, but often or not, it isn't.
Yeah, filler though is at least good for world building. It helps to scale things up.
That's fair.
When it's done reasonably. Like
yeah,
the worst Western cartoon I ever saw with regards to filler was Steven Universe, and that's because like the filler had literally nothing to do with the main plot ever. Whereas like something like Avatar: The Last Airbender, they did filler, but their filler was either in service of the world, in service of the character, in service of making the world feel more lived in, or just, populating the world with like comedic side characters or something, which very often would come back later in bigger ways. Which, in my estimation, that is a better way of doing the show than our show has one story arc in mind, and we will end the show as soon as, or we will end the season as soon as the singular story objective is accomplished.
Alright. They redid some episodes to get at the backlash from the fan base, hence why they took a bit longer. Oh. That makes sense. Stupid and petty.
I wonder if some of the things that I hated from the first 3 episodes were on purpose, despite the fans. It
Probably.
wouldn't surprise me. Anyway, Scooby Snacks.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me get to the tab. Excuse me. Sorry. All right. Yeah, Scooby Snacks.
Feelings right now?
Yes.
Fine. Punch it, Fred.
You killed me, Norval.
My guilt is causing me to hallucinate.
Marijuana will cure them.
Zero side effects.
Oh God.
A serial killer.
So they're going to... Okay, so they are legitimately making Shaggy a stoner in this, which... I mean, to be fair, he was always coded that way anyway, so I don't really have a problem.
Yeah, they're trying to veer back into on model for the characters eventually. Because they're trying to do what Scooby-Doo The Mystery Begins did and like give them a backstory. Why they had to make that... Why they had to do that in such a way as to make it the worst thing ever, I don't know, but they did. Like, because that's the thing, and this is why it pisses me off, because there is actually enough story potential in what Velma is trying to do that you could do it and not have it be awful. Like having the gang be a little bit more adult or deal with more adult shit. The 90s movies did that. The Mystery Incorporated did that. Yeah, the 90s and the early 2000s. The 4 animated movies that started with Zombie Island and ended with Cyberspace.
I thought you were referring to the live action ones. My bad.
Well, that I was getting to them. Then you had the James Gunn ones, which the second one was a massive improvement over the first one, and it was a much better. It also seems to have been the movie that James Gunn had more input on, which probably is related. Then you have the giving the gang and company a backstory. We've seen that a couple of times in Mystery Incorporated. We've seen that in Mystery Begins. We've seen that in some of the flashbacks of the James Gunn movies, and so on.
Pup named Scooby-Doo, or does that count?
I mean, yeah, but that's more of a child AU than it is a backstory.
I like that show though. I remember watching that growing up.
No, it's good. It's good. I just don't know if it really. I don't know if it was trying enough to give an honest backstory to the gang. The thing I remember most from that show, and the one thing I wish they would kind of bring into the adult gang at some point, is Red Herring, the bully.
Yeah.
Because I loved that character.
That was such an amazing running gag.
Yeah, and of course the fact that he's called Red Herring is also funny, but that's a joke. Anyway.
I was gonna. I don't know if we ever brought up when we first talked about Velma like so long ago. I say so long ago, but it was last year. But I really hate the art style just because I've seen it used so many times in so many adult cartoons recently.
Yeah, it's the like, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Granted, at least they didn't rip off like Family Guy or Rick and Morty, but like they did try for their own art style. It's just now apparently that is the style. But yeah.
Also, I get no sense of. I mean, to be fair, the first trailer for the first season had a tonal problem as well.
hmm I can tell you from having watched it that all of the stuff being referenced here is stuff from the first episode so far.
That's. Huh. That's telling. Anyway. Scooby Snacks.
Scooby Snacks?
Killer is targeting Van.
If I don't solve this murder, who will?
Fred Jones, Spooky Stuff Hunter, is here. Yeah, I'm still doing that.
Whatever's brewing is even bigger than last time.
When you find someone you care about, lock them down ASAP.
Like, obviously they're still making Fred the asshole, but I do appreciate that they are like slowly but surely morphing them back to being on model.
Still annoying pieces of shit, though.
Yeah, they're awful, and Velma herself is an insult to all other versions of the character, but at least they're trying more to bridge the gap than they were. Granted, I've only seen the first 3 episodes so far, so I could end up eating those words. In fact, I fully expect to be eating those words by the end, because I hear a rumor that Scrappy is going to wind up being the villain again, which, aside from anything else, is completely unoriginal and stolen from James Gunn's first movie, but I don't even know why I bother.
Okay. Scooby Snacks.
Scooby Snacks.
This is official police business. So if we catch any of you investigating, you'll be in cuffs faster than a startup founder with a weird voice.
Whereupon they immediately go and start investigating, because, like I say, most of this is from the first episode. Okay, so here is my in media res take on Velma, having watched the first 3 episodes. Okay, so to start off with, just when you thought they couldn't sink any lower, they start taking aim at the Hex Girls. And something in my childhood dies. Because apparently Thorne is a washed up ex-rock star now, and she has a child. On the plus side, she's in the town to open up an occult bookstore, which is good because that means she's still witchy, and they don't uglify her quite as much as they could have, so that's a plus, I guess. But yes, they did in fact take aim at the Hex Girls, and apparently the X Girls are one of those one-hit wonder bands now. Also, yes, I know. As if there was nothing else they could take from us. Even though like the entire first season was about Velma's relationship with her mom and building that relationship back up, now Velma's mom is taking the overprotective mom route and going, "Don't you dare solve mysteries, young lady," blah blah blah. All the while screwing a new character who's probably going to be revealed to be Scrappy if they really are ripping off If they really are ripping off the worst part of the first James Gunn Scooby-Doo movie, that's probably what they're gonna do. Which I don't know what pisses me off more: the fact that they're doing it again and it was stupid enough the first time, or the fact that they're so unoriginal that they literally took the worst aspect of the worst Scooby-Doo movie up until that point and straight ripped it off, possibly. But that's neither here nor there. Okay, so most of the plot is about, or most of the screen time is devoted to Velma's relationship drama again, because we can't actually focus on the fucking mystery yet. Fred Jones has apparently gone full Catholic now. Like, he literally has scenes with a priest, like, delivering him holy water barrels in bulk. Which, just why? Fred also has two really little annoying rich girl dogs because we can't have Scooby. And let me see what else has transpired in the course of the 3 episodes. Thorne's child, and I don't want to say because I think she's female, but she's going by, or they're going by, non-binary, so I'm not going to speculate on that. But anyway, so Thorne's child is really annoying, and the thing that really got my goats, as you can imagine, you know that annoying trope in everything ever where the scientifically minded intellectual character poo-poos all the supernatural shit and tries to go full materialist atheist on everything? Well, they've turned Velma into one of those characters. Because you see, Thorne's daughter character, being as she was raised by her mom, who is very witchy and so on and so forth, she's all into, spooks and specters and parapsychology and that, as you might expect. And Velma is playing the cynical, the cynical scientific intellectual character. I don't know whether they're going to take it the route of the cynical scientist character ends up being wrong or ends up being right, because I don't even think the writers know from moment to moment which direction they're going in. But yeah, they did turn Velma into one of those annoying tropes, and I hate it because but that's the long and short of the first 3 episodes of Velma. I will report back after watching the other couple episodes when they come out.
So we're on to something a little less depressing.
Yep.
Deadpool and Wolverine trailer.
And obviously we're going chimichangas this time?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Everyone see it?
Chimichangas.
Oh, hold on. Can you see it?
Yep.
Yeah. Let me know if you can hear, because I don't remember if I clicked the share audio button.
Mm-hmm.
I told you, you're not welcome here. You're not welcome anywhere. Now get the fuck out of my bar.
Just give me one more drink and then I'll leave.
Hi, Peanut. I'm gonna need you to come with me right now.
Look, lady, I'm not interested.
All right, well, I'm sort of on the tick, so upsy daisy. Here we go.
Why does Wolverine think Deadpool is female? I'm confused.
I think it was an insult.
Right, but usually it's at least triggered by something, and you literally can't see Deadpool's face, so how would he know if if Deadpool is feminine or not? Anyway,
Wearing a red, he's basically wearing a red gimp suit, so.
Okay, I guess that's slightly more G-rated than going with the 6-letter F word for gay people there. Which probably would have been the better insult, but okay.
Okay. I don't know how to respond to that.
Anyway, chimichangas.
Chimichangas.
Oh, whiskey dick of the claws. It's quite common in Wolverines over 40.
You don't want this.
Unless you want to take a deep breath through your fucking forehead, I suggest you reconsider. I'm about to lose everything that I've ever cared about.
Well, it's a good thing they have the animosity working well.
Yeah, and I mean Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Reynolds was born to properly play this character. Fuck you, X-Men Origins Wolverine.
Trying to. I don't really have anything else to say right now.
Yep. Chimichangas.
Chimichangas.
Not my fucking problem. Is that what you said when your world went to shit?
Come again.
This Wolverine let down his entire world.
I hope he puts on the mask. That's the only thing he's missing. He's in the yellow, now he just needs the mask.
Probably not. I'm gonna be fully honest.
Also, doesn't Wolverine's costume usually have short sleeves?
Depending. And normally, yeah.
Because I always remember it on the 90s show having short sleeves, but I might have made that up in my head.
No, he does usually, and I think there are a few versions of the costume that do have the long sleeves. Again, I think it just depends. I think it's like for a few reasons why. Maybe they're because
Mostly so Hugh didn't have to get in shape again, probably.
Well, no, he does take them off at one point, like even in the trailer. So
Oh, well then, yay.
yeah. So
Chimichangas?
I also respect that they're still keeping the R, though I'm fairly certain they're keeping it. They're not going super hard. Granted, the Deadpool movies haven't ever really gone super hard R.
Yeah, they're too meta to go full hard R, I think. Which, I mean, given a Deadpool movie, it should be, because that's the character.
Here's the thing. There's also a thing I like is it's still somewhat serious. And again, for people who only know like the surface level of Deadpool, you know, it's the jokes, the satire, and all that shit.
He's also a fucking anti-hero.
Yeah. But you know, when you go deeper into it, obviously, like into that, like explore that character, the dude is just so fucked up.
Yeah, it's the issue of being a mercenary who will kill pretty much anyone. Depending on how much he gets paid, of course, because
it has been shown in some iterations of Deadpool, or again, it does depend on the writer, obviously, but he does have some moral codes and ethics.
Right, but he's far more mercenary happy than other characters.
You'd be surprised. To be fair, I don't think Deadpool is like one of your characters you ever look into that much.
No,
Yeah,
although in a recent book, I did see that he stole the Eye of Agamotto because some kid paid him to kill his nightmares, which did kind of tick me off because it's like that is literally the kind of thing you get Doctor Strange for. But I get that it was supposed to be a joke, but still, it's like that's literally the kind of thing that Doctor Strange usually makes house calls for. What the fuck? Anyway, chimichangas.
Sure. Chimichangas.
Talk about what's haunting you, or should we wait for a third act flashback?
Go fuck yourself.
I don't know anything about saving worlds, but you do.
I
Well, clearly-
mean, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, obviously, this is a very different Wolverine comparative to, like, he's not the Wolverine of like Logan or. I'm just curious, like, what is this Logan's story? You know, because clearly,
Apparently he failed to save a world. So, question is it gonna be like Sentinels related? Is it gonna be Apocalypse related? Is it gonna be Magneto related? Who knows?
I would say Apocalypse or maybe Shi'ar.
Yeah,
Yeah, Dark
it could be the Shi'ar. I just hope this isn't where the X-Men 97 is leading, because it's gonna suck if X-Men 97 ends up resulting in, and then Logan failed to save everybody and now we're fucked.
Excuse me.
Then again, the version from X-Men 97 does have its comic book height, so it's probably not.
All right, Chimichanga.
Chimichangas.
Trust me, kid, I'm no hero.
You were an X-Man. You were the X-Man. I am soaking wet right now.
I mean, I like the music choice. The music choice is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Also, small gripe. Wade, I know you're speaking in terms of like popularity, but the X-Men are at least partially named the X-Men because of Xavier. So if anyone is the X-Men,
It's
that would be
Cyclops.
Charles.
No, it's Cyclops.
No, it'd be Charles.
No, it's Cyclops because he's the leader. He's basically been the face of the mutant movement in terms of like the X-Men's actions and stuff. And everyone kind of forgets that Scott is kind of sort of the main character.
Yeah, but the team is named after Charles, and it's usually a two-horse race between Magneto and Charles to decide like the fate of mutant kind. So it's Charles.
Again, Don, I think it's just because like I've done some study into X-Men stuff. I know it's not like your cup of tea, more or less.
I mean, they're fucking named after him, so it should definitely be that he is like if anyone should hold the title of X-Man like as an actual title, it probably should be Charles. But obviously they never did they ever give Charles a like hero or mutant
Professor
name?
X.
Hence why X-Men should be. But yeah, my point being
I'm gonna have to say you're wrong.
They're
sorry.
named after Charles. He founded the freaking group, and the like vast majority of X-Men plots are a two-horse race between Charles and Magneto trying to figure out who, if anyone, will be the like decider of the direction of mutant kind in the future. So that's Charles, not.
Oh, okay.
Can we at least agree that it shouldn't be Wolverine?
No, I agree on that. I'm just saying that there are a few video essays, but one, I think we also agree Cyclops has been extremely shafted in
Well, yes,
X-Men.
but that's neither here nor there.
No, I'm making the argument that he is the X-Man because he something that Scott has said to Professor X before is Professor X is the one that has the dream for mutant kind. Cyclops is the one that makes that dream, who takes the actions to make that dream happen. He's the one on the front lines.
I mean, in fairness, like here's my issue with that though. Charles is the one who founded the school. He's the one who named the freaking team. And who knows how many generation of X-Men there have been before Scott showed up. So
No, he was his group is the first class. That's what they're called.
even so though, Charles is the one who gave the team its name. He's the one who founded the school, and it's
He's the
his
face
and
of it. He is not.
it's his and Magneto's chess match that they're playing out. Magneto has the Brotherhood. Xavier has the X-Men. They're the game pieces. But it's the game players are still Eric and Charles.
Again, I feel like I've done some study into X-Men. I personally would say it is Scott Summers that is the X-Man.
And we're just gonna have to disagree on it because I don't think so.
Look up a lot. Okay, I'm gonna have to send you some shit.
I don't.
On
But again, the thing is, I don't like this is one of those differences between us. You want the everyman man on the ground. I'm more interested in who's pulling the strings. So
he's not the everyman though. Not only is he the first student of Professor X, he's the one that gets everyone in line. Okay, Scott is, and hell, he even takes over when Professor X is out of mission or dead.
Depends on the storyline though, because sometimes it's Jean, sometimes it's Storm, sometimes it's Beast. The roster rotates faster than a freaking whirling dervish.
And the X-Men, not only is he the one that makes all the hard calls, he is between Magneto and Charles. While he ultimately Charles's dream of unity with humanity, he is not only sick.
You're glitching, dude. I'm sorry, but you're glitching.
Why did I start to glitch?
Right after Dream.
Yeah, he believes in Professor X's dream, but he does agree with Magneto on having to defend mutant kind. So he's the perfect balance between them.
I mean, perfect is I think if you're going in like objective terms, the perfect balance between them is Onslaught, because literally they're like combined mental child there. But
Onslaught's a fucking villain. Let's not. No, I'm talking about someone that does the work of trying to. No, okay. Like, we're gonna go around in circles because I'm not gonna change your mind at all. I know that.
Because to me, again, like I say, it's a chess metaphor. Xavier has his X-Men, Magneto has his Brotherhood, and the members of those respective groups are the chess pieces on the chessboard. I mean, Cyclops is an important chess piece. He's probably a knight if I had to put a term to the metaphor,
Not
but
the queen. If anything, he's the queen. If we're going true chess pieces here,
I mean, if we're going true chess pieces, then Jean is the queen. She always has been. And, like, she is the one with the power to rewrite the rules of the game, and fucking.
Dude, again, we're going down a rabbit hole, and also, I'm not going to change your mind. I realize that because you're stubborn. No offense.
Oh, and you're not.
I'm calling stuff on a lot of research I've done.
Right, but you're not actually listening to my argument is the thing. Also, I'm just now realizing that we were both wrong about the Queen because that would be Storm, and now I feel bad.
That's fair, actually.
But yeah, because I mean, she is the
but for the record,
Omega level beyond Omega level. But yeah,
for the record, I am listening to you, but I disagree with it because this starts with the idea of the question of who is the X-Men, which I guess we do have to define the term because we never did. To be fair.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And to me, the fact that they're named after Xavier, the fact that he's the one who makes the X-Men possible by way of the school, the fact that it's always been a philosophical conflict between him and Eric that does the thing. That to me says, I mean, also X is literally in his name. Like even his mutant name has X in it. So to me, that pretty conclusively says he is the X-Men. Because you don't have anything else. You don't have the school. You don't have the dream. You don't have anything without him.
That is a fair point, but how I was coming from in the term of definition in my head that I properly did not define, and I apologize for that, was, okay, I guess in my head, I am excluding Professor Xavier if we're just going by the actual team of the X-Men, okay? If we're doing that, just going with the members of the actual team, not the man who started it. Like Wolverine is a member of the X-Men. Okay, so I guess in a way we should assume.
I think that actually strengthens Deadpool's case that Wolverine is the X-Man, if anything. Which I don't particularly like because it doesn't fit. But I think if we're excluding Charles, then yeah, that might actually strengthen Deadpool's case that Wolverine is it.
Why? Why do you think that?
Because Scott's whole thing usually is being the team player. Wolverine is the guy who is willing to stand on his own, and standing on his own is his whole character. So
I would have to disagree because going back to the examples I had given when we were going back and forth of that whole debacle of who the X-Men is, and the examples I had given of Scott, again, I do think he is the X-Men that has, if nothing else, if there is a possibility of agreeing on this, is that he's been vastly underutilized and underrepresented in various medias because of Hugh Jackman's portrayal of Logan in the Fox movies.
Well, yes, and that's sad and everything, but unfortunately, that underrepresentation also carried through into the comics. To the point that in many cases, Storm becomes more of the main character than Scott, as does Jean, as does Logan. For what
I hate to be fair, I don't think either of us have really read an X-Men comic in a long time, so that's hard to say currently.
Well, no, ever since the Hellfire Gala, they've apparently been horseshit. Because that was the last time I paid all that much attention to an X-Men story, and that was because me and Anglantine and a couple other people were reviewing the images for the Hellfire Gala. So it doesn't seem like anyone has really understood the X-Men since probably like I'm gonna put it the same year I put all the other downturns in Marvel, like 2007. 2007 was really like the beginning of the end for the Marvel universe because like every major storyline that happened in and around that year winds up undoing so much of the goodwill that Marvel had built up at that point.
All right, fair enough. I'm still at my point. I don't think you're going to change my mind. I don't think I'm going to change your mind from your standpoint either. So I think we're just going to have to concede that we both agree to disagree, kind of deal.
Yeah. I don't actually know who I would put as the X-Men other than Charles, because to me, it's sort of self-evident that it's his name, it's his school, it's his dream.
I feel like we would have to have a pool of people to discuss this with, just because I feel like it's just between us two. The issue is there's no like.
I think Jonah and Dragon Turtle have stopped chatting. I don't know if they've just gone away or if they're bored or whatever, but I think they're also gone. So who knows?
But again, I think we can both agree it's like don't necessarily agree with like Wolverine being the X-Men.
No, even if it is arguable because of how much focus gets put on him, I don't like that it's arguable because of how much focus gets put on him. I would rather people remember it be Charles because, well, again, his name, his school, his dream, his everything. So it's like, but yeah, I don't like even taking is he the X-Man out of it. I don't think he should be.
No, yeah. Again, most of it does come from like Hugh Jackman being as very charismatic as he's always been. I'm not dissing the guy for that. I'm just saying.
That is honestly having watched X-Men 97 recently. There's a serious case to be made for Gambit, actually, as far as the X-Man goes.
All right. Giant Turtle's still here. What's up, dude? Just kind of going back to the trailer because.
We got sidetracked in one of those classic nerd debate things that probably will never be fully resolved.
Yeah, no. Yeah. If I remember correctly, because I remember seeing some. I don't think I watched a video of it, but I remember someone talking about this. The female lady here who's also bald is, I don't know if it's supposed to be a clone of Charles or his sister called Cassandra Nova, and the comparison I have heard is that she's like the X-Men's Joker, just doing crazy shit because she can, causing chaos, death, all that shit. She's not for the mutant cause or anything. She's just doing her own thing, fucking shit up.
Which leads me to wonder, is she the one responsible for nerfing this particular Wolverine's timeline?
Yeah, good question.
Because that would make sense if she was going on some kind of multiversial rampage, and then the TVA called in Deadpool and this particular Wolverine to stop her or something.
All right. Give me a second. There we go. Chimichanga. I don't know why my mind like blanked on it for a second there.
No, because you, like me, are probably still running through the argument in your head, trying to figure out if there's an angle.
I was going to concede the fact that both of us are going to be stuck in our corners of that argument, and we're not really going to reach consensus.
Yeah, it's gonna go around and around and around again and never be resolved.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna let it.
Wait a minute. Wait, what about Bobby? What about Bobby Drake? Obviously, excluding the gay conversion therapy thing.
I would have. God damn it! I haven't read I haven't really read the comics that involve Bobby Drake. To be fair, so I don't know his whole arc. I know his dad went from being someone who was afraid of mutants to defending his son to like there was a point where he got beat up for defending like mutants by
Damn.
this like hate group.
Dang. I hope
But,
someday they come up with a way to tell stories about the X-Men that don't involve them being quote unquote oppressed all the time.
Okay, I literally had this conversation. I think I even had a conversation or wrote something. I don't know if it was an essay I wrote for an ethics class I had when I was in high school. I was studying ethics. I think it was my junior
You
year.
had the opportunity to study ethics in high school. I'm jealous.
Thank you. I mean, to be fair, I forgot pretty much everything. It's been like, what was it like? Okay, junior year, so it would have been I graduated 2018, so 2016, 2017, or mostly 2017. I don't really remember much of it, mainly because I was dealing with so many stupid fucking people. To be fair, that was my entire life.
High school will do that to you.
Yeah. I was just when I was studying, I was completely thinking like, okay, X-Men wise, okay, let's say timeline wise, if Marvel Universe goes because it's supposed to be conjunction wise.
Mostly concordant with the actual timescale.
Thank you. Concordant. I was thinking concordant. Thank you. Let's say X-Men and mutants took in rise in the 60s, right?
Mm-hmm.
And similar to the civil rights movement, which is often compared to, granted, not really the intention of the writer.
Yeah, erroneously, but it's there.
Thank you.
So.
It's there, yeah. And given the X-Men's involvement of like saving the world countless times and stuff.
And also the Brotherhood constantly fucking things up because, well, they do.
Right. It would, I mean, more or less, it would be effectively, depending on the era. Yeah. By the time, like, our age. By the time we're born.
It would be getting to the point of being normal, at least.
Yeah, there'd be subcultures of it. There'd be... I'm not gonna lie. There'd probably be fetishizations at this point of it.
Well, okay. Well, even more so probably with mutants, because I mean, for fuck's sake, they have superhuman abilities.
Yeah. But my point being is more or less by the time we're all grown up in that Marvel universe that kept with a concordinating timeline of our own.
Yeah.
The mutants and the X-Men would be fucking celebrities, would be superheroes, this grand fucking thing be legends by the time we're born.
And
right?
not to be mean, but I know I've made this joke or made this point in a jokey way many times. If Magneto really wants to win the war, like if he really wants to win a war against humanity, Eric, all you need to do is get everyone to breed. Do we not know how evolution works? He who fucks makes the rules.
But yeah, more or less, fuck was I gonna? I had something, but god damn it. So yeah, I do agree with you. Honestly, by this point, humanity, I mean, yes, there will still be dumbasses that cause trouble, that want to pick fights with them based on the prejudice of mutants. And there is some basis for the prejudice. I'm not going to argue that. Just because the fear of, like, I'm sure the Neanderthals hated Homo sapiens when we first started popping up.
Well, I mean, and even beyond that, there's also the practical consideration with mutants because of the aforementioned. They have actual goddamn superhuman powers.
And there's the whole genetic lottery too thing. The roulette wheel of the genetics thing is like you don't know what power you're gonna fucking get. You know.
And if you do get one that's really supremely fucked up, then there's that too.
Funny enough, in the Ultimate Universe, like the original version, not the new one they're doing right now, there was this kid who on his, when he hit puberty, the gene activated, and it basically killed everyone in his town. Like I can't remember if it was like him projecting some type of decaying field or something.
Right, the aura that unbonds atoms or something like that.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. X gene, giant turtle X gene is recessive. Most humans have it, and it just never activates. Okay, yeah. Honestly, by this time,
I'm sorry, but that does annoy me. Like,
okay,
you're telling me superhuman power would be a recessive gene.
You are a eugenicist. Okay, so let's keep that.
I'm just saying that if Magneto won the war, there would still be a place for me in his utopia, because I would be the one being sensible and going, okay, if you want to outdo humanity, all you need to do is outbreed them. Eric.
What was I gonna say? But again, by the time of the 2000s, effectively the time when we're born, more or less, no one gives a no one really give a shit.
Especially if we, taking the civil rights metaphor to its logical conclusion, if we take the civil rights movement as the template, which again has issues, but let's, for the sake of the argument, well, where were black people in the mid 1960s, and where are they now? They would be, or even better yet, where were gay people in the 80s, and where are they now?
Yeah.
So it's you're telling me that a minority like that, but with superhuman powers, wouldn't have made societal waves by this point?
Oh yeah, no, totally. Subcultures and stuff. Honestly, the youngins wouldn't give a shit. We wouldn't give a shit, given the fact.
I would be dating someone with mutations similar to Colossus if I was given the option.
Or Strong Guy from New Mutants.
Yes, definitely.
Probably
Colossus more so than Strong Guy, because I would feel bad for Strong Guy because his mutation actually hurts him. And for as fetishistic as I can be about the whole size and strength kink, I don't know if I could justify it if it hurt him.
Yeah, now I'm also thinking about there would. I hate that I'm putting this out there, but more than likely there would be a whole fetishization of mutant kind, as fucked up and weird as that sounds.
You're telling me death by mutant snoo wouldn't get you at some point in this hypothetical alternate universe?
Shut the fuck up.
Am I wrong?
Not the point. I'm just saying, yeah, it's just again, by the time, I'm assuming everyone here is roughly in their 20s, chat and host, the two hosts here.
Yeah.
Very
28. You're 24. I'm 28. DT I think is 20. Are you 23 or 25, DT? I can't remember. I knew at one point, and now I can't remember.
Most hours. Says Triangle.
Yeah, but even then, you're telling me there would never be any call for a human who had superhuman abilities or whatever description. We all know what the internet gets up to, even without any actual superhumans to fetishize. You're telling me that all the furries and all the people with obscure fetishes wouldn't be looking for a mutant who could actualize that exact fetish?
Hello? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Am I roboting?
You were. You're doing a little bit better now.
Okay. It isn't that
Anyway,
weird to be attracted to an. Yeah, fair enough. Well, to be honest, I feel like there would be some vast changes in like certain education systems for like public schools, like biology and stuff like that would honestly be kind of a prerequisite, I suppose. Well, actually, because I don't have sex ed, and my generation didn't grow up with sex ed.
which is weird that I did have a sex ed class and you didn't. You'd think it would be the other way around, if anything. But you're right. I think genetic technology would, like, we would probably have a cure for cancer already in a world with mutants in it. Because people would be people would have more incentive to dabble in genetic technology.
Like they, someone like roll up your cancer.
No,
Like
but a large. Sorry.
I was going to say, like, it's a genetic roulette.
Yeah, and the reason I phrased it that way, Dragon Turtle, is because a large enough percentage of them are extremely physiologically abnormal, like a beast or a colossus or a nightcrawler. That would probably be a large percentage of the fetishization of them.
There's a character called Blockman, basically ooze like skin. They can see the internal organs.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like he's kind of a character, but someone I don't know who wrote a very serious thing where it's not like his dad was a complete mutant like hating asshole and shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of sad. It's always sad when like the characters get serious. It's a moment.
Mm-hmm. Judging by all the character lists of all the mutants that I've ever heard of or ever referenced, probably at least a third of them are the extremely physiologically abnormal ones. Like, I don't think that.
Anyway, I'm on some issues, so do you think we should kind of start around?
Yeah, we probably should. Chimichangas.
Yeah, give me. All right. Yep. Chimichangas.
This is so silly. Big slow motion action sequence.
If nothing else, this just seems fun, you know? And God, we could use some fun.
It does, and it looks like the actual effort was put in this time, which is something that has been missing in a lot of recent MCU stuff.
God, am I roboting right now or something like?
No, you're fine now. Pretty much as soon as Dragon Turtle said something, it stopped. So you're fine now. Ah, God damn it. While he's gone fixing shit, DT. The other thing you'd have to keep in mind is that the physically abnormal ones would probably be the most visible by necessity of being as physically as abnormal as they are. So that might even be a portion of the mutant stigma that most people, when they think of mutants, would probably think more of a Nightcrawler, a Beast, or like a Colossus than they would a Cyclops or a Storm or a Bobby Drake. So that was another reason why I was focusing on that aspect, because the physically abnormal ones, like I say, probably take up about a third of all the people that are mutants, if I'm going by all the lists of characters that I know. And they would be physically more visible because, well, the abnormality would draw attention more so than the normality would, probably. Anyway, he's back.
I'm back.
Hello.
As soon as you
And he's gone again. Okay. Are you
Okay.
actually back?
Okay. Yeah, I'm back. I'm
Or
back.
is it crashing again?
No, I'm back. As soon as I asked if everything was fine with my voice,
Testing.
and you said
testing.
yes. Can you hear me?
Can't
Hello?
hear you. Fuck.
God damn it! Damn it, hello.
Still no. I think we might
Mother-
actually have to call it there, because by the time we get this fixed, it'll be 1 in the freaking morning. Or I can try jumping out and jumping back in and see if that helps. Okay.
Hello.
Are we back? Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear
Okay.
you. Huzzah.
Jesus Christ. Alright, so as soon as I asked, can you hear me? And you said yes, everything froze on my end.
Oh joy. More technical difficulties. Jesus.
Maybe I should just like every time Sunday comes around, maybe I should just unplug my router and plug it back in just to be safe.
Yeah, that might be a decent precaution to start doing, because
Like, for
I think
fuck's sake.
I think
It's
this is
always okay. Here's the weirdest fucking thing. It's always Sunday that I have the fucking issues.
it might be because you're taxing your internet more, having all the articles and stuff open. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out why that would happen in a non-coincidental system. So like
$50 worth internet. $50 a month. I wonder why it's so fucking cheap.
yeah, that's also true. Anyway.
T-Mobile can suck my dick.
Oh, you have T-Mobile. In the immortal words of Adam Savage, well, there's your problem.
I'm not the one who picked it. and I don't really have a say in it. So
This is also true. I'm just does make more sense now. It sucks, but yeah,
no.
maybe start start proactively rebooting it before we come on, so that way it doesn't shit the bed quite so much. Because the other thing is, it's been fairly recently. I can't remember the last time it's been this bad where we've had to like add a whole extra half hour to the show just to deal with technical issues. But the like last 3 shows in a row have all been like derailed by like 20 minutes thanks to the technical difficulties portion of the program. Anyway, let's finish this up before it starts happening again.
Yeah. Chimichangas.
Chimichangas.
Who knows if you live or die? Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go.
Want to do some cocaine?
Hey, cocaine is the one thing that Feige said is.
Okay, I love this joke.
Yeah, give me a second. It went over 20, so I want to, so we can enjoy the full joke. Pause. All right. It's even censored in the subtitles. All right.
That's funny.
All right, ready?
Yep. Chimichangas.
Chimichangas.
Cocaine is the one thing that Feige said is off limits.
What about Bolivian marching
They
powder?
know all the slang terms. They have a list.
Even snowboarding?
Even disco dust.
White girl interrupted?
Even force bump.
Do you want to build a snowman?
Yes. I can't.
Do you want to build this? Do you want to build the snowman thing gets me because it's a perfect joke, and B, also something they could only do if they were owned by Disney.
I wonder if that actually became a slang for doing cocaine.
It wouldn't surprise me, but Disney has been struggling so very, very hard to do synergy properly. That right there is how you do synergy properly.
If I can give credit to Frozen for one fucking thing, it's that joke.
You really don't like Frozen, do you?
It's the overconflation of it. Plus, those songs got stuck in my head for so fucking long that I wanted to blow my fucking brains out. I'm not gonna lie. I really wanted.
I could make such an asshole joke right now, and I'm not going to.
Guess what look I'm giving you right now, because I feel like you really want to do what I think you're gonna do.
Oh, won't you just let it go? There, done. I'm
gonna. Fuck you so much. No. I would say fuck you, but I know you would enjoy it. You don't even get that.
I would.
God damn. Okay.
In fairness, I did give you the opportunity to opt out of it. You could have just walked away from the joke, but you literally asked for it. So
I didn't ask for it. I was threatening you not to.
Yeah, and what the hell am I supposed to do with a straight shot like that?
I can't even remember how many punches I owe you whenever we meet up, man.
I think we're up to 12.
Oh
not including today. If I'm keeping mental track properly, I think we're up to 12, not counting today, 13 counting today.
I'm fairly certain it's far more than that, and you're lowballing it to protect yourself.
No. If I genuinely thought it was more, I would gladly take more. I don't mind getting punched to shit by a friend.
All right.
Getting punched
So-
to shit by an enemy, that's something else. But getting punched to shit by a friend, I don't mind. Especially if it's to effectively pay off a debt. You know how seriously I take those.
Fair enough. So with that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, avise, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
Let it go and fuck off.